Do you know what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being betrayed!
Don't even play.
What now?
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Get rid of the Second Amendment.
A fucking bitch.
What now?
Put your drum up.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Consequences. So hot right now.
Here we are again. It's been an entire 72 hours since we've seen each other last, at least. If not possibly longer. It's at least been, I think, since Tuesday, since we did a stream. Math is eluding me right now. Either way, we've got a hell of a lot to talk about here, so we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans, as this journey through the abyss may be dangerous. Dull reports suggest that there may be turbulence ahead. Alright, well, it appears the stream's at least kind of cooperating, although it appears to be lagging also. It's a combination. I'm still a little dubious about whether the stream's gonna cooperate. But, we'll say hello to everybody. Let's see. Oh no, but PB, your mom, 123 in the YouTube chat. Bob Carmody. Close fourth. Christopher DeBlante. Sasha G. Sarah Layla. Or Rumor. Who else is left in this here chat? Winston Sayer. B-Cat. And Nightbot, even. Oh, and the stream isn't lagging again. Oh, good. Because I was hoping we'd, we'd go back to lagging. That makes sense. Makes perfect sense. I guess we'll wait for it to stop lagging. How's everybody doing today, huh? What do I listen to while we sit? What do we listen to while we sit? We're not going to start this stream until it's done lagging. I'm not playing that game today. Got too much important stuff to talk about. Too much important stuff. I mean, I don't want to miss any of it necessarily. Could be important. To one person, or what you get what I'm saying. I don't want to do my job in a half-assed, sort of shoddy manner. So we will wait until YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, my ISP, or any combination of the three. My brain's already broken. It's a good sign today. What was I saying? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll chill out just for, I guess, another moment here while we wait. I do hope everyone's doing good. I guess I'll just keep shouting people out who show up in the stream. I see Omegastar. Good to see you. Robot Cat. Also good to see you. I'm on Top Chat. That is so rude. Might as well fix the fact that I'm on Top Chat right now, as well as going to multi-stream over here. I might have to close this window. I don't want to, but I might have to. I was thinking, I'll be fine, but it doesn't feel fine. Doesn't feel fine right now. Opposite of fine. What should I listen to? I took off most of the songs off the board to try and cut down on the amount of data loading in the background, and yet still having problems. It's a good sign. Although the last stream we did had almost like no problems at all, if I recall correctly. Just at the beginning. Although I guess this is still the beginning. I'm just raring to go. It's been too many days, and we have way too much stuff to talk about right now. Just an incredible amount of stuff. And I actually was incredibly restrained today. I started off with nearly 160 videos. It was like, I don't know exactly the count, because I know that I reached 145 and then added and removed multiple videos, like at least 3 or 4 times during my going through said list. So it had to have been nearly 160 videos, but I cut that massive number down to a very, as I said, restrained 122 videos. So should be a breeze today, like I was saying. Should not be long or arduous today, and by not, I mean April Fools. And by April Fools, I mean November 15th Fools. Will be long and arduous, undoubtedly. Oh, God. When is it going to stop lagging? That's my number one question. Like, if I have a lot of questions right now. Like, what does the future hold? And will we solve climate change? Stuff like that. And yet right now, my number one question is, when will the stream stop lagging? Pins and needles on the edge of my seat. It's incredibly rude.
How rude.
Yeah. Is there a window open in space? No, that would be detrimental to human health and safety in general. It's not a good plan. Leaving windows open in space. I'll get you in trouble. When will the madness end? Oh, this is offensive. I'll be right back. Oh my God. Oh, it's right here. It hasn't been lagging for some time. Are we looking at the same stream? Please hold. Okay, I'm a little offended that you look at this and you're thinking it's not lagging, which means that you're not paying nearly enough attention while watching the stream. Must not be watching it in 1080 and taking in all of the fantastic, fantastic editing, stream stuff I'm doing. Must be watching like 360p or something, because you don't even see that none of the computers are working properly. You see? None of the matrix code is moving by, nor is the weather on the right screen or the middle screen. There's no creepy, like, lanky ghouls walking through this historical wreckage of a city in Canada, I think. If I recall correctly. So that's a problem. Medusa isn't moving at all. And her snakes should be, you know, they should definitely be doing stuff. Should be moving around. The lava lamp, also not moving. So all of these things should in fact be doing something, and yet somehow I'm not seeing anything. Unless somehow I am experiencing different things that other people are experiencing, which could be true. Oh, I'm looking at like multiple iterations of the stream now, just to be sure. But hey, what do I know? I guess I'll play this.
Infertility.
I was wondering.
This video is aimed at anyone who wants to learn more about infertility.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy.
That is in the bylaw.
Yes, please tell me what my chat room policy is.
It just saying silly comments.
YouTube chat.
So I blocked the people who were being rude and obnoxious to me.
How rude.
The moderator, or one of the moderators, blocked me. Another person was saying I was infertile.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
just
Why did they say those things?
Why
it was just ridiculous.
I'm shooting
Close it up,
blanks.
just like my wife's vagina.
My biology.
When you get blocked, does that mean that you can't conceive?
I have to BS people
Well, you better unblock them.
what's going on here.
They said I was infertile, and they said I'm talking gibberish. The infertile thing I feel pretty strongly about. But you smell like a fart.
Oh, sorry.
I'm there to have more gibberish discussion.
I don't want reality.
Completely unable to fart.
That's probably the problem, honestly.
One person was saying I was just uttering gibberish.
These are great stories.
Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
Infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious. I have to listen to this ridiculous BS
the S word.
in the live chat. They were just being rude and
Not
obnoxious.
gonna do it. Wouldn't be
The
prudent at
moderator
this
says
juncture.
to you, you're not allowed to say something like, you are
Infertile. So I blocked the moderator, or one of the moderators blocked me.
Well, you better conceive a lot of different policies on disk. Get into the CDs. Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
Infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious.
get into YouTube chat.
In the live chat.
I mean, the silly part to me,
It adds to it.
Clearly rude and obnoxious stuff.
It's a great day for being sad.
I guess this. This is how I feel right now, inside. I feel many of you also, perhaps, too feel this way. I think we all remember that call. It was a legendary call. Why? Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you? My number one question. Still no answers. Of course. Why would I deserve answers? It's ridiculous and just unfounded sort of assumption. This is why we can't have nice things. How many minutes is it? 28 minutes. I'm ending it soon if it doesn't fix itself. I'm restarting. This is insane. Alright, take that back. But metaphorically ending it. Also not that. That sounds wrong. My patience is just being tested right now by this incredibly frustrating. I just don't understand. I'm switching. Maybe this will fix it. Maybe if I switch it here. This will fix it. Will I fix it? How about that? At no time have I seen this screen stop lagging. So if you're seeing it not lag, I'm confused. Because I'm staring at this thing. I'm making sure that I'm watching on the live. I keep clicking the live thing to make sure that it's live. Just in case it does stop. I guess I'll just keep randomly playing stuff. I don't fucking. What do you listen to right now? I guess I just listen to that. That's fine. Goosefraba. Alaskan cod is just $2.99 a pound. Wow. Interesting. Is there a reason for this shocking development? Ooh, Monope has resubscribed to Tier 1 for 6 months using 6 galactic scooties to go along with that to celebrate her 6 months. Thank you very much, Monope, for your 6 months and your modding, which you do so well. You know what we're not doing well today? Streaming. You haven't had any lag on your end for quite some time. How is that possible? I don't understand. None of it makes sense. Nothing makes sense anymore. I give up. How is it possibly not lagging for one person and other people it's lagging? I don't understand. Wait, Shorts isn't lagging? This is insane.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Is so random. It is so random. I mean, it's not random. It happens at the beginning of every single stream. But the length of time it takes for it to stop is so random. One stream, it's 10 minutes. Another stream, it's this 33 minutes. Although it didn't start lagging until like 7 minutes in, so it's been lagging for like 25 minutes, I guess. What is this song? Is this from Donkey Kong? Not allowed to speak factual events. What? What are you talking about? Can we not bring drama into the stream? Keep the Discord drama in Discord. Or is it not? I don't even know what's going on. Just let's all get along. How about that? How does that sound right now? Me personally, sounds pretty good. So big hug, big family hug. We all just sort of, get through this goddamn stream tonight. This is a lot to cover. And it's finally running. Look at that. Just randomly. Just starts working perfect. Okay, fine. Fine. That's fine with me. I'm okay with that. You wanna work? You just want to randomly work? Fine. Okay. Great. What was I doing? Ah, yes. I'm not gonna redo the spiel, which I did 15 minutes ago. Although, did everybody even hear it? I don't even know. It's hard to say. I don't think it was lagging back then. Anyway, we're just gonna get right to it. But we are not going to start with the Trump Shadow Cabinet. That's going to take up a huge portion of this stream. So we're going to try and get a few things out of the way here in the US, which are equally either troubling, newsworthy, or relevant, out of the way first. So let's go here to this absolutely disturbing story from 3 days ago. You know how people are always talking about how pro-Palestinian protesters are anti-Semitic? Well, let's talk about anti-Semitism real quick here. How's that sound? This is from, where was this? Michigan. I think this was in Michigan a few days ago. Outside of a play in Michigan. Can you guess what play it was? Alright, I don't have time for guesses. We're going to go right into it.
Shock and fear at a performance of The Diary of Anne Frank, not because of the disturbing details from her diary, but because of what was happening outside. Nazi flags being held by several people gathered outside of the production. This video shared on social media shows the demonstrators flying the Nazi flag outside the American Legion where the play was being performed.
Several individuals using masks to hide their faces, not only waving Nazi flags, but also reportedly shouting racist slurs. According to several reports, they eventually...
One thing I think we should all be very aware of is that these Nazis are clearly pro-American. They have American flags. They even have a fancy combination flag, if you didn't pay attention there.
Was being performed.
It's like an American slash Nazi flag there.
Not only waving Nazi flags, but also reportedly shouting racist slurs.
They love America
According to several reports, they eventually vacated the premises after the Legion asked them to leave. We have reached out to authorities for more information about this.
We had 75 people downstairs that watched that play. And out of that 75, there was 50 or 60 of them that were afraid to leave this building. We had to escort them to their cars. Nobody in America should feel like that.
Illegal.
So yeah, those are some actual anti-Semites there. Some verified Nazis in Michigan, of all places. You can see why it wasn't too hard for Donald Trump to win Michigan. Just needed to disengage a certain group of people. Then it's just, individuals. Like that. Maybe it's not representative of the, entire state. I certainly am not even suggesting it is, but does seem to be some Some problematic people there. All right, now let's go on. You can't see me. Are you live? Or have you clicked the live button? Anyways, that's how we started off here with our American coverage. Where Nazis are roaming the streets, protesting just plays. Diary of Anne Frank. All right, now let's go on to this guy who many people who would espouse such beliefs happen to also emulate this guy who we're about to talk about real quick. Can you guess who this is going to be, anybody? Well, here's a quick hint. His initials are AJ. What is Alex Jones' middle name? Reichstag?
New this morning, the satirical news site The Onion has just won an auction to acquire the media outlet InfoWars. Right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. The Onion's bid was backed by the families of 8 victims of the Sandy Hook school shooting, the very people that Jones defamed. And now Alex Jones is responding on social media.
The Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling I told you that.
Uh-oh.
And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order.
Oh, God. Alex Jones. Secret auction. I feel like a lot of people actually were aware of this auction, so I don't know how secret it was. Not sure what that means.
We're supposed to have a court order. There's injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
Joining us now, CNN Chief Media Analyst Brian Stelter. Brian,
how tall is Alex Jones? And why does he seem like he's almost shorter than those filing cabinets? All right, let's just stay on the Alex Jones situation. Fuck CNN. Keeping it moving.
A startling change of hands in the online media world. InfoWars, the far-right website owned by Alex Jones, once owned by him, whose baseless conspiracy theories about a mass school shooting forced him into bankruptcy, has been sold at auction to a most unlikely buyer. CBS's Lilia Luciano has the story.
I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
Until the end, Alex Jones was defiant.
I'm going to be here until they turn the lights off. Hilarious. Can anybody else picture that? You know, like just Alex Jones alone in a room with like one light on, and then click, and it just goes completely dark.
Wars media platform today, sold to the satirical news publication The Onion.
This is a total attack on free speech.
The Onion had the support of the Connecticut Sandy Hook families, among those who won over $1.4 billion in a defamation judgment against Jones in 2022. This summer, a court ruled Jones's assets, including the media company, had to be sold.
Poor Alex Jones. Are we done? Oh, wait, no, we got more. We got more to do here on old Alex. Let's go to Majority Report. Bask in the momentary glory, very momentary.
The Onion has purchased InfoWars, which is definitely the funniest outcome that
By the way, if you look real hard,
realistic to happen. The funniest outcome for our purposes would
it is the best news of the week. Honestly, it's the funniest thing that's happened all week. Honestly, I honestly considered saving until Sunday Funday, but we genuinely need this today to start this off with like something not horrible. But if you look real hard at the thumbnail, you can find Alex Jones in the thumbnail, hiding amongst. It's like a Where's Waldo of psychos on the thumbnail today. But you can find him in there, not on the shorts thumbnail, but on the regular thumbnail. In there, instead of wearing a tinfoil hat, I gave him an onion foil hat. I thought it was a perfect moment to do a little bit of photoshopping.
The Onion has purchased InfoWars, which is definitely the funniest outcome that was realistic to happen. The funniest outcome for our purposes would have been to purchase it ourselves.
It sounds
but
stressful.
It would have been a lot for us to do, especially in the wake of the Trump victory where we're all licking our wounds here. But grateful to The Onion for stepping up and being hilarious. Much appreciated. Alex Jones here reacted to this news. This is his immediate response to his former website.
Alex Jones is 5'10"
auction.
and 5'10" wide. What is he? He's the human chode.
His former website being purchased at auction.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order this morning. The Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They outbid. They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, there's that reaction that was his immediate. And then he went to the InfoWars studio.
At this point, I think I need to make some sort of animation for this particular thing with, just him sitting at the desk alone, one light. He's got like a military helmet on, like a Vietnam one with like the mesh around it, and he's like just sort of like shaking elk powder into his mouth, like from like a like an InfoWars branded supplement jar, and okay, and I'll work on this. We'll talk about this later.
In an InfoWar t-shirt, and I just want to go, bro, this is the property of somebody else now. Maybe you've got a cease and desist. This is his further reaction.
So we are here on air right now, and I want to see the documents. I want to see the court order. The Onion buys Alex Jones InfoWars at auction with help from Sandy Hook family. So they're buying a company to get the equipment, the name, and money that's in InfoWars to then give it to themselves. But it's not about the money. So
the judge didn't give the money to themselves. I don't even know if it's a man or woman in this case. I think it's a man. But they did not give themselves money. That's not how this works.
But it's not about the money. So again, it's insane.
Okay, now in my sort of running daydream that's happening right now is he's cutting onions as well, right? So like in between like eating sort of expired Alex Jones branded products, like he's also like just cutting a bag of raw onions and like just crying, just like bawling Uncontrollably.
When I go to these court hearings, these people are there, particularly Connecticut. They just smile at me and like wait by the door and like, just like, and it's like they live on me and talk about me, and I'm their persecutor because I'm famous and successful and barely ever talked about them. So they're attached to me. And the FBI and the CIA cooked all this up.
All right. You know why?
The FBI and the CIA cooked it all up. Nobody cooked anything up, buddy. You literally... What's funny is I'm pretty sure you could get re-sued for what he's saying right now, but at this point, I think they've already done the damage. But the point is that the very stuff that he's saying right now is the very reason he got sued in the first place. Oh God, what's that? Oh, we have breaking news. Let's go to this. We've got a reenactment of what may be happening right now inside the InfoWars studio. Who do we got?
What is my problem?
It's my problem. Okay, I can't scream that loud right now. That will upset someone. But holy shit. Alright. Yes, that of course isn't actual footage of what's happening right now, but it sure feels like that's gotta be close. We already saw some footage. Do we have time for this? How are we doing? No, you've completely ruined it. You completely ruined it. Actually, I take... Oh, god damn it. Do we... An hour? 11? Who is in charge of this? This is so rude. I guess we're gonna have to save this one for tomorrow. Totally fine. No big deal. Actually, I take it back. I take it back. We're just gonna go long. I'll just go long today. It's fine. Totally fine. I feel like this is too relevant right now. Let's go to Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A new film is premiering tonight on PBS on the largely erased history of a coup to overthrow the elected government of the black-majority North Carolina city of Wilmington, 3 decades after the Civil War. This is the trailer for American Coup, Wilmington, 1898.
We have taken a city as thoroughly, as completely as if captured in battle.
It was the only armed overthrow of an elected government.
We really don't know how many people were murdered that day.
Whole families have broken up and scattered. The homes representing their savings are deserted.
I've always felt like this story was always meant to be told.
In North Carolina, the Negro holds the balance of power.
There was really no other major city in the South like Wilmington.
You have the black leadership with college degrees.
And there was a professional class there, doctors and teachers and lawyers.
White vendors are having to compete with black vendors for customers. And black men were able to hold public office at multiple levels of government. Wilmington is essentially a promised land for African Americans.
It was a different vision of what American democracy could be, that it could actually be multiracial and work.
Men, do your duty. This city, county, and state shall be rid of Negro domination once and forever.
The Confederacy was trying to take power back.
And white supremacy is going to be the rallying cry.
So leaders of the conspiracy turned to actually taking over the city government at gunpoint.
A definition of a coup d'etat is an armed overthrow of a legally elected government, which is what happened on this day in Wilmington.
This was a coup based on the devaluation of African American citizenship. You think about the loss of wealth, the stealing of their generational legacies. What Wilmington tells us is how fragile American democracy is.
The trailer for American Coup, Wilmington, 1898. We're going to speak to the director, but first, this clip lays out how Wilmington was the largest city in North Carolina in 1898. Black people held many positions in government alongside white people.
21 years before the coup.
Ushered in the end of Reconstruction, and white supremacists are once again able to regain power.
Democrats and Republicans of 1898 are not the Democrats and Republicans of the 21st century.
Remember, what we had coming out of the Civil War was that Lincoln was a Republican, and the Republican Party was founded on an anti-slavery platform.
That meant that most African American voters were going to vote for the Republican candidates.
The Democrats were the Klan members. The Democrats were the slave owners, the enslavers. They were deeply committed to denying citizenship rights to African Americans.
The Democratic Party holds the state in the 1870s. Throughout the 1880s. It's really not until the 1890s that you begin to see the Democrats again lose their power. There's a depression that takes place in 1893. White farmers are suffering.
These white farmers felt that the Democratic Party was beholden to the banks. And
I wish we knew whether Lady... You know, Sasha, I'm going to say this, because I actually said this about you when people were wondering where you were right after the election, and about Jerry McClain. We've seen both of them since, and what I said, both of them by meaning you and Jerry, we've seen both of you since, and what I said was let's say positive, say optimistic, and my assumption was that most people who we weren't seeing were just taking a well-deserved break from focusing on all of this, traumatics we got going on here.
Railroads and the moneyed interests.
And they bolt from the Democrats and join the Populists, which is a third party.
Neither the Republican Party nor the Populist Party had the voting power to unseat Democratic Party candidates if they were running in a tri-part election.
So they formed an alliance, white populists and black and white Republicans. This became known as...
You're a classical Republican. That's a good one.
Fusion.
We see a political alliance between African Americans and working class white people.
The populists were as racist as any of the members of the Democratic Party, but their economic interests were so strong that they were able to set that aside.
It's not some kumbaya moment. We've got to be really clear about that. It was a pragmatic moment.
So both in 1894 and in 1896, this fusionist coalition of black and white men are able to sweep the North Carolina General Assembly.
North Carolina elects a fusion governor, Daniel Russell. They send George White to Congress. And they start to pull back all the things that the Democrats did to reduce democracy. So, for example, the positions that were once appointed in Wilmington are now turned into elected positions, which allows black people to run for office.
It created really a situation in Wilmington that was unique. You had black men in positions of authority and power.
So we see black and white men on the Board of Aldermen. We see black and white men serving in various municipal offices.
10 of the 26 policemen were black men. The city treasurer, the city jailer, the city coroner. John C. Dancy was the custom collector at the port, which is a federally appointed position. He made $4,000 a year, which is $1,000 more than the governor made.
The mayor of Wilmington is also a fusion candidate. It's not the majority of black, it's a majority fusion that makes a difference.
So with Wilmington by 1898, African Americans had still held on to a lot of the rights and privileges and the institutions and the power they had enjoyed.
It was a land of possibility, a land of hope, a different vision of what American democracy could be, that it could act.
Now, unfortunately, this does not have a great ending. And I do recommend you all go out and watch this. I think someone's mentioned that it's on YouTube in full now. I didn't even know that. I thought that was just in theaters, but I do believe Bob Carmody. At least I think that's what you're talking about right now, Bob. But I just felt this was an important thing to discuss. That being the new populist, not the new populist, but the populist party, that movement, the existence of a third party at this time, which was something of a coalition, really, rather than a party. But it has been making me think that we need some sort of a new populist party, which is why I said that first, because it's on my mind right now. I've just been thinking it. Kind of. First, I was thinking it when I saw what was happening in France, and then when I rewatched this, I was like, and I was watching this just, a couple days ago. In the wake of the election, where I've been sort of racking my brain in between smashing it against the wall, trying to think of things on what we do here moving forward, considering just how dire things look on practically every front, especially, not necessarily, even especially if you're in America. I was gonna say that, but now don't even, walking that back. Let's go here to the Associated Press. Start talking about this shadow cabinet and this future Trump presidency that is coming down the pike so fast right now. Jesus Christ. What, how many? Not even, is it 3 full? Yeah, all right, like 3 full months. Still, it's insane. The Tyson fight? Yeah, I'm not going to watch a senior citizen fight a 28-year-old man-child for more money than it is no way. There is no way I'm doing that right now. Don't get me wrong, Tyson was a fantastic fighter in his day. He probably will win this fight if it's not rigged. But it's just such a ridiculous premise. Tyson's 60 years old, and this dude who's literally only been training for what, like a couple of years since he got interested in all this shit, like who's under 30 years old, should be in his prime, but doesn't even deserve to really be fighting a caliber boxer like Tyson. Aside from in a sort of what do you call them, exhibition fight like this, where it's like completely, it's not a real fight. I don't even know why we're talking about it. I've already been sidetracked by this more than I'd like. On to this. Associated Press, Trump Day 1.
Donald Trump has ambitious plans for day one when he returns to the White House. Some of his agenda includes starting mass deportations of migrants and reversing climate policies aimed at reducing planet-warming greenhouse gas emissions. Trump can direct his administration to begin the deportation effort the minute he arrives in office, but it's much more complicated to actually deport the nearly 11 million people who are believed to be in the United States illegally. That would require a huge, trained law enforcement force, massive detention facilities, airplanes to move people, and nations willing to accept them. With an executive order on day one, he can roll back...
Now, that's an interesting point Associated Press makes there, because it's not an often discussed thing. But the fact is deportation requires there to be somewhere to deport people to. Somewhere where people are willing, where the government is willing to work with the United States and accept some number of people under some sort of diplomatic agreement. But, you know, places like Venezuela certainly aren't going to be taking back Venezuelans. I mean, they have been under sanction by the United States government for so fucking long. I can't imagine why they would suddenly accept it. I mean, up to this point, they've been incredibly hostile to and just adamantly a position of no thanks has been the Venezuelan government's official stance on accepting deportations from the United States.
Environmental protection. Halt wind projects, scuttle the Biden administration's targets that encourage the switch to electric cars, and abolish standards for companies to become more environmentally friendly. Trump is also promising to reshape the federal government by potentially firing thousands of federal workers he believes are secretly working against him. He could begin the process of stripping tens of thousands of career employees of their civil service protections so they could be more easily fired. Beyond the firings, Trump wants to crack down on government officials who leak to reporters and wants to require that federal employees pass a new civil service test. Additionally, Trump wants to pardon those arrested for their role in the Capitol riot on January 6, 2021, and to make the federal criminal cases against him go away. More than 1,500 people have been charged since a mob of Trump supporters spun up by the outgoing president attacked the Capitol nearly 4 years ago. As president, Trump can pardon anyone convicted in federal court, District of Columbia Superior Court, or in a military court-martial.
Yeah, actually, it is a good... I felt like this was the right one to pick here to start us off in all this. AP did a decent job of sort of laying it out very quickly, in a couple minutes. But we are about to get into a much, much, much deeper dive, which is much less sort of rosy. Well, not rosy, but the way the associate. I mean, they always have this sort of vibe of just extreme neutrality, and I don't know. It just like. I don't know. They just don't make it sound bad enough still, in my opinion. Don't worry, though. We're going to get right to that shortly by going through the entire list of current Trump shadow cabinet appointees, which is like something like 20 people. It's a lot. Which is why there's so many different people on the thumbnail today. A lot of people to talk about. But first, let's talk about something that apparently Trump wants to do and have the power to do. Let's go here. CBS News from Wednesday.
With less than 70 days until the start of the next presidential administration, Republicans in Congress are preparing to carry out President-elect Donald Trump's agenda. It's still unclear which party will control the House of Representatives. CBS News characterizes it as lean Republican. In the Senate, Republicans were able to take control of the upper chamber by at least a 2-seat margin. One race in Pennsylvania has yet to be called, but CBS News rates it as lean Republican. With the majority decided, the Senate Republican Conference is planning to hold a vote Wednesday to elect its new leader. Mitch McConnell said
This may brand you as a psycho, but you're not convinced the results of this election are legitimate. Elon is sus. Are you blue and nodding me right now? I'm just fucking with you, sassy. I mean, I understand your doubts, and one thing that for me puts beyond, because I've heard some of these like Elon Starlink whatever conspiracies. We're not going to get into that because I don't personally see enough evidence to suggest that that's what happened here. But one thing which is completely evident and was done in full daylight, which was a clear violation of the law, which certainly it does, what do you call it? It taints this election entirely, is the whole $1 million giveaway for registering people to vote. Like that right there was a clear crime. Coming from a guy who was already giving a ton of money to the campaign, who is financially interested in all this, who is now been given a position, who was told, who we were all told that was going to get a position in the government weeks before that ever even happened, if I recall correctly. And it's just that, to me, seems to clearly be some kind of election crime that was done in broad daylight. And I don't even know what to do about that one. And what should be done about that one? Like, how do you put it? Like, what the bearing of that would be on the election? And you know what? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not an election expert, honestly. So, yeah, that's as far as I can get on all that.
This year, he would step down from the role. 3 senators are in the running. They're on your screen. John Thune of South Dakota, John Cornyn of Texas, and Rick Scott of Florida. Trump is already making his preferences known for the next Senate Republican leader. He posted on social media over the weekend saying that anyone seeking the position, quote, must agree to recess appointments. We're going to get into that in a second with CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian. So, Nicole, what is a recess appointment, and what have the Senate leadership candidates said about it?
Well, a recess appointment would basically allow the president-elect to bypass the confirmation process, in the sense that, you know, when the Senate is in recess for 10 or more days, then the president can make an appointment and kind of have that selection ushered through. And he did make clear that he believes that anyone who is seeking to be elevated to the leadership position of majority leader should consider this in order to confirm nominees in a timely manner, to which one of the candidates, Rick Scott.
So yeah, Donald Trump is essentially, trying to get the legal grounds to be able to appoint all of these people who we're about to talk about, essentially, like, not posthumously, like preemptively. It's insane. It's fucking insane. There's no precedent for it, I don't think. What I recall. Oh, hey, thanks for the super chat, Nadia. Greg Palast has credible reporting about. All right, I think that's in regards to what Sassy is saying. I will look into this, okay? But like I said, from what I've seen on it, I don't see any evidence to back any of these claims up, and I'm not gonna start the blueing on right now, for sure. I'm not prepared for that whatsoever. For now, I'm assuming that the results were legitimate, and that, at least in my estimation, as I've said before, had a lot to do with people being unmotivated and demobilized by just constant, oh my god, constant bad messaging. Bad fucking politics. But I do understand everybody being upset right now and having doubts. And you know what? Maybe there should have been. Maybe there should be. I don't know. But we're not gonna derail the whole conversation today with this discussion. If anything, we will maybe talk about it Sunday. Fun day. I don't know. just my understanding of the voting machines is that there's really no access to the internet on these voting machines. So, you know, it would have had to be... All right, we're not doing this. See, it's already derailing. Not happening.
That's too much, man!
All right, we're moving on. To the appointments. That is truly what I want to get to, because, oh my god, you won't believe how many fucking videos I have on this. I mean, the fact is there's like nearly, I mean, like, I don't know. How many is this? There's got to be nearly 24 appointments already. Or, well, not actual appointments, but supposed shadow appointments that Donald Trump is naming right now. Has been naming. The list may already have been updated since I did this list, honestly. But it's as updated as I could get it. And also have information, videos, things like that for each candidate. Appointment candidate. So let's just get to that. And let's talk about... This will segue us good. Let's talk about two people who aren't going to get to be on this list.
Donald Trump is meeting with potential candidates to serve in his administration before his January 20th inauguration as president. And two former high-ranking officials from his first term in office are off that list. His former envoy to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, and Mike Pompeo, who served Trump as CIA director and later as Secretary of State. That's according to a Trump social media post on Saturday. He added, "I very much enjoyed and appreciated working with them previously."
Aww. So sad. No Nikki Haley. No Mike. That's it. It's unfortunate. Nikki said all those mean things about me. Wait. She said all those mean things about me at the debate. I didn't appreciate it. She's not getting to be on the team. That's it. Pompeo said all those mean things about me after the 2020 election. No Pompeo, that's it. That's it. All right, now let's really get into it. And actually, this is one thing I forgot to do, which I need to do. There we go. Starting here. Wikipedia. Thank you. Okay. And we're set. Let's go to the first. That's why I don't have a drum roll. This will have to do. To the first one, Susie Wiles. Nay Summerall. That name may ring a bell, which we will get to in a second. But first, who's this? PBS NewsHour. Kick it off. Justice for Cricket. Did you see?
Welcome to the NewsHour. President-elect Donald Trump began putting his new team in place.
I started the thumbnail much earlier today because I had much of the show figured out aside from the actual, well, not the whole show, but I had like a lot of stuff actually figured out today because I took a few days off. So like I went wild on the show. So if you look hard once again on the thumbnail, you'll see old Kristi Noem holding a dog. I don't know if it's Cricket, and a shotgun. But I just assume it's Cricket. Any dog that Kristi Noem is holding in any photo, especially when she's holding a gun as well, that's going to be Cricket in my mind. I think that's justified. And yeah.
Welcome to the NewsHour. President-elect Donald Trump began putting his new team in place, announcing that his campaign manager, Susie Wiles, will be the White House chief of staff when he takes office next year.
Wiles is the first woman to be appointed.
You're pre-fired.
And during his victory speech Wednesday morning, Mr. Trump
praised Wiles for helping engineer his sweeping victory.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her
The Ice Maiden.
Chris, come here.
She's so excited to hear her name. And her, I guess, was that just like her, is that, does he call her the Ice Maiden on the lot? Is that her nickname? But real quick, while we got them both in frame here, this is quick Wikipedia bio reading from me. According to this, Susie Wiles, born Susie Summerall, is the daughter of Pat Summerall. And that name may sound familiar to many of you if you've ever watched football. Pat Summerall, of course, is the former all right, now I'm just ad-libbing, but he's the former partner of John Madden, probably the most famous of all time NFL football commentators. And Pat Summerall for many years until wait, who was it that died first? Can't remember. Wait, is Pat still alive? Either way, they both don't do that anymore. It's been a while now, but apparently that's her dad, which is just, it throws me off because I always liked Pat. Seemed like a decent guy. I genuinely didn't know I don't know anything about him aside from his commentating. Literally, that's it. But apparently his daughter turned out to be a real shitty person. She's unmarried, so you know, if you're looking for somebody, you know, single. Anyway, let's move it along. Apparently she kept that name of her former husband. Perhaps it's her father trying to distance. I don't blame her. I don't blame him at all from trying to distance himself and the family name from her and all of this going on.
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
A veteran of Florida politics, Wiles ran successful campaigns for Senator Rick Scott and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis before running Donald Trump's winning bid for re-election. For a closer look, we're joined now by Mark Caputo, national political reporter for The Bulwark and previously covered politics in his home state of Florida for years. Mark, it's great to have you here.
Hi, thanks.
So in a traditional White House, the chief of staff oversees strategy, coordination, policy decisions. It's arguably the most important personnel decision a president can make. What, if anything, can we take away from Donald Trump's selection of Susie Wiles to serve as his chief of staff?
That Donald Trump wants to stick with a winning team. He enjoyed great success against what seemed like great odds this cycle. His two previous presidential campaigns.
Okay, hold on. I'm just going to go to the end of this video right here. Play this part.
Undoubtedly, she had, just kind of statistically. You know, an advisor advises a principal. And eventually the principal, even Donald Trump, is going to take the advisor's advice. So there were undoubtedly times where she told him, hey, please don't do this, or try to kind of nudge the ship of SS Trump in the right way. It's a very difficult process if you talk to people who have been advisors, who are advisors or confidants of Trump. And so she undoubtedly did that. However, Donald Trump also does what he wants to do. And there's always that fundamental tension that runs through his organizations. So, you know, to the degree of comparing Susie Wiles to a guardrail, I think it's fair. But it's also important to remember that Donald Trump is an 18-wheeler, and sometimes he careens down.
He's an 18-wheeler. What an apt analogy. Is that a second super chat? It's the same. We're not derailing. We're not derailing. Yeah, that is the second one. Thank you. Either way, thank you for the super chat. But I'm not derailing on this one. We will try and talk about that later. I will look into it more. I only very quickly sort of entertained any of that sort of stuff and sort of have moved on at this moment, considering seemingly the whole media environment. And it's been, I mean, at this point, Harris has conceded Donald Trump's met with Joe Biden. It feels like a done deal, but does seem important to at least look into. So I'll take my time, but I don't, I'm not gonna just suddenly unprepared get into this whole thing. Sticking with Susie Wiles, let's go here. This is her from 4 years ago. So what we're gonna do, by the way, just so everybody here watching already knows how I'm gonna do this before we get too far. What I'm gonna do throughout this sort of discussion of the shadow cabinet, as we're calling it right now, is we're gonna watch first a video that's the most current. It's like announcing the person becoming a potential appointee, and then we're gonna watch some stuff in chronological order, from oldest to newest, of the kind of shit we might expect from this person, or just sort of little tidbits about them from the past. Some of them I just stuck in there because they're funny. Either way, let's get back to it here. This is from 4 years ago at Showtime. Shockingly. Not sure why Showtime was doing random journalism, but here we are.
We're sitting here in Florida in a state that's had a big COVID problem, has a lot of senior citizens, and a not small number have actually died from this. In 2016, Trump wins 58% of seniors in Florida. This most recent Monmouth poll had Trump at 49%. It's a 9-point drop in senior support in this state. And that's like a big fucking problem, right?
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Susie Wiles is a Trump campaign advisor in Florida. She is widely credited
It's our job
with
to write that ship.
Trump's win in 2016.
No two elections are the same. Right. So the group you put together to get to 51% or 50 plus is never going to be the same.
Biden came here yesterday courting the Puerto Rican community. That seemed like a sign maybe that the Biden campaign is a little worried about their standing with Latino voters in the state.
They should be.
Yeah.
Lowest Hispanic unemployment rate ever. Their families have benefited from these 3.5.
This woman scares me. You know why? Because she, the way she speaks is much more toned down than Donald Trump. Her ability to message is actually quite impressive. And she stays on point this whole interview. Yeah, so she's about to be, hold on, I have a list here. What is she about to be? Susie Wiles is about to be the new White House Chief of Staff, apparently.
Of Donald Trump's economy. We've been here since the 2016 campaign ended, meeting voters at their doorsteps, talking to them on their phones, and
yeah, and that's what the other thing about her. That just came to me. Like, she just seems too fucking normal when she's talking, even though she's just spewing terrible things and is clearly in favor of bad things. But the way she says it, the way she seems, like her demeanor and all of that, it's just, oh God. Because in a way, that launders all of this crazy.
Meeting voters at their doorsteps, talking to them on their phones. And that includes every demographic group in the state. It doesn't just include Republicans. Frankly, COVID has given us, as in...
Omarosa?
Jesus, I say that. A lane. People are working from home more than ever before, and the fact that people are home.
Oh my God, Dolores Umbridge. She does remind me a little bit of her. That's actually kind of an apt comparison. I don't know if she was the one that people were comparing her to, but now that I hear it, now that I'm seeing that, yeah. Can't unsee it. All right, let's go here. 7 months ago from NBC. Who is Susie Wiles? A top Trump advisor playing a key role in his hit campaign.
Turning now to the other candidate in the race for the White House, Donald Trump, and the largely unknown political operative at the top of his campaign. Susie Wiles is among a handful of advisors that make up Trump's inner circle right now, working behind the scenes to help the former president win back the White House. NBC's Garrett Hake has more.
When Donald Trump took the stage at his Super Tuesday victory party, he thanked just 2 staffers by name.
Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you're doing. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen.
Susie is Susie Wiles, Trump's enigmatic top aide, who has never done a television interview about her role in the former president's campaign. Chris is senior advisor Chris LaCivita.
Susie definitely is probably not only the most interesting, but the most powerful woman in Republican politics right now.
Wiles, a 40-year veteran of Republican politics, cut her teeth working for Congressman.
The most powerful Republican working in Republican politics right now? That's insane to think. Because, I mean, she's basically stayed completely out of the spotlight. I've barely heard anything about this woman up until researching for this.
Jack Kemp. Her first role with Donald Trump was as the co-chair of his 2016 Florida campaign, a state where she had become well known in political circles for engineering Rick Scott's razor-thin 2010 victory in the governor's race.
Oh my God!
A good listener.
Oh my God! She brought us Rick Scott, and wow, just wow, and just holy shit, this woman is the worst. Ugh. Gross. All right. Let's keep it moving. We can't just talk about Susie Wiles all night. But before we move on to the next person, I do need to take a quick break. So not an actual break. I just need to grab. It'll take me 30 seconds. So let's do this. To the show. Who's next on our fucking list of terrible? Aha! How great. Guess who gets to be the next Secretary of State? Well, tentatively, it's gonna be... Oh, I forgot to add the sound shot. It's gonna be little Marco. That's right, Marco Rubio. Potentially, the next Secretary of State. Here's CBS Miami.
All right.
right, Peter, thank you. President-elect Donald Trump has not made a public appearance since last week's election, but he has stayed busy. Trump has been moving quickly to fill out his cabinet prior to taking office. He's expected to nominate Florida Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State.
CBS News Mommy's Ted Scouten joins us live from West Miami. And Ted, you've been talking to people who worked alongside Marco Rubio, especially during his early years.
Yeah, and what we found out is that for Marco Rubio, all roads lead here to West Miami. This is a place where he began his political life, with many people watching him along the way. Here in West Miami is where it all began for Marco Rubio's career in politics back in the 90s.
And you imagine that Marco Rubio came to my house. I knew his mother, and he told me, is there any way that you can help me? Because I want to run for commissioner in West Miami.
Rebecca Sosa was mayor of West Miami at the time and later a county commissioner. She says she's been with him since day one.
Marco has always been super.
Okay, that's enough of this. Let's go here. Fox News from 8 years ago. Here's a classic Mark Rubio moment.
I have a policy question for you, sir. Let's see if I have a policy question for you, sir.
Let's see if he answers it.
I
will. Don't worry about it, Marco. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, little Marco. I will. All right, well, let's hear Big Don. Donald. Don't worry about it,
All right,
little
wait.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen,
You ought to show up.
Gentlemen, you got to do better than this.
This guy has the number one.
Mr. Trump, may I ask you, Mr. Trump, I'd like to ask you a policy question. Your proposed tax cut.
That's why the people in Florida do not like him.
Mr. Trump, your proposed tax cut would add $10 trillion to the nation's debt over 10 years.
Little Marco.
And a couple of days ago, CNN came out with the latest poll where we're 49 for Trump. Rubio is 16, but after last night's... Little Marco. Don't worry about it, little Marco. Do you know that in Florida, they hate little Marco Rubio so much because of the fact that he never votes. He never shows up to vote. So when you think...
It's hilarious because now he's putting him in charge of, I mean, even more than just voting. I mean, this is wild. It's so funny to watch him just rail on a guy who's about to make Secretary of State. Truly fascinating. I'm sure Anthony Blinken's super psyched to hand over the reins to Marco. All right, who's next on the list of, failing upwards? We got a whole bunch of people here to talk about. Here's somebody who's great at failing upwards. MG. No, not the car company. Those are just the initials of the next person we're going to talk about. That person is going to be the next Attorney General.
Brand new cabinet picks by President-elect Trump. Congressman Matt Gaetz has been selected to be his new U.S. Attorney General. Senator Marco Rubio is officially nominated to be the U.S. Secretary of State. One-time Democrat turned Republican, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii.
Hey,
has
you're
been picked
spoilering.
to be the director
You're
of
spoilering
National
us
Intelligence. And late yesterday,
right
Trump
now.
selected
Jake,
Fox and Friends Weekend.
Jake, I really don't appreciate you, pal. Hold on. Let's go here. Let's talk Matt Gaetz, you dumb son of a bitch.
Willing to, listen, Matt Gaetz is dangerously unqualified, but that's not the worst of it.
Dangerously
Gaetz
unqualified.
has been Trump's
illegal.
Trump in a way that they have been unwilling to. I mean, listen, Matt Gaetz is dangerously unqualified, but that's not the worst of it. Gaetz has been Trump's chief defender when it comes to Trump's assault on democracy, his attempt to overthrow the government on January 6th, and he has openly called for the abolition of law enforcement agencies if they don't get in line with conservative political priorities. This is going to be a red alert moment for American.
I mean, can you imagine Matt Gaetz as the next attorney general? Wasn't he just, I mean, dealing with some, what was it, kidnapping? Or is it trafficking? I can't remember the exact allegation. Well, was it charges? I can't remember exactly. I know there was a Senate hearing. There's definitely some allegations. Trying to remember. What were those?
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen speaking about Matt Gaetz. Now, Matt Gaetz is very unpopular right now in the Republican Party for creating so much chaos in their caucus over absolutely nothing. I'm thrilled about it. I want the Republicans to be fighting as much as possible, and I want them to be miserable, and I want it to affect their electoral chances. Now, we anticipated that after Matt Gaetz pulled this stunt and successfully ousted McCarthy as chair, that there would be some skeletons coming out in the closet, because he has a few. And this is Mark Wayne.
Actually, it's like the skeletons that were on the front yard but just ignored for a while, and now it's like, oh, let's relook at those skeletons.
Let's resuscitate them. Let's hang them up.
Venmo skeletons.
Right in time for Halloween. But this is a little bit of a...
Oh my god, I just realized we're about to hear.
I don't want reality.
Different flavor. Mark Wayne Mullen spilling the tea.
Speaking.
You got to think about this guy. This is a guy that that the media didn't give a time of day to after he was accused of sleeping with an underage girl. There's a reason why no one in the conference came and defended him, because we had all seen the videos he was showing on the House floor that all of us had walked away of the girls that he had slept with. He'd brag about how he would crush ED medicine and chase it with an energy drink so he could go all night. This is obviously before he got married. And so when that accusation came out, no one defended him, and then no one on the media would give him a time of the day. All of a sudden, he found fame because he opposed the Speaker of the House back in November, and he's always stayed there. And he was never going to leave until he got this last moment of fame by going after a motion to vacate.
So.
To know Congressman Gaetz has
Next
never
Attorney
been charged
General.
with any sex trafficking crime, and he gave this statement to CNN in response.
I guess that's important to know.
Mark Wayne Mullen and I have said 20 words to each other on the House floor. This is a lie from someone who doesn't know me and who is coping with the death of the political career of his friend Kevin. Thoughts and prayers.
Wow. Thoughts and prayers. Thanks, Matt. So that was the Majority Report there from a year ago, just sort of rehashing some of all of this for us. Thank you very much, everyone over at the Majority Report. All right, now where to? Bombshell. 1 day ago, ABC News. I'll let them tell you. Whoops, I forgot to click.
start with breaking news here today. In President-elect Donald Trump's nomination of Matt Gaetz for Attorney General, ABC News is now learning exclusively that the woman who accused Gaetz of having sex with her when she was just 17 years old shared her claims in closed-door testimony before the House Ethics Committee. That is according to sources that are familiar with this investigation. Now, Gaetz has long denied these accusations. Yesterday, he stepped down from Congress following his nomination for Attorney General. Let's get now to ABC News' Jay O'Brien, who's live for us on Capitol Hill. So, Jay, this is quite stunning news here. What more are we learning here about what she potentially said in front of the House Ethics Committee?
Yeah, Kana, ABC News has learned, according to multiple sources, that the woman at the center of this investigation into Matt Gaetz for allegations of sex trafficking told the House Ethics Committee when she was interviewed by that committee that she had sex with Matt Gaetz when she was 17 years old and in high school, and Matt Gaetz was a member of the United States Congress. That, again, according to multiple sources who spoke with our Will Staken and our investigative
while
team
he was in
News.
Congress.
Previously, the Department of Justice...
Unbelievable. Just... sorry, hold on. I gotta bring up my... Where did my Wikipedia window go? There we go. Sorry, I forgot to keep up with reading you Wikipedias. Matt Gaetz, current member of the House of Representatives in Florida's 1st District. And although let's see, where's how old is this guy? 42. He's been in office for 7 years. So that means that at 37, almost 40 years old. Okay. Wow. Excuse me.
Investigated these allegations of sex trafficking into Matt Gaetz. They did not bring criminal charges. Matt Gaetz has denied any wrongdoing. And then there became this House Ethics Committee investigation into Gaetz, which looked into similar allegations. And it's over the course of that investigation that ABC News has now learned that this woman in question said that Matt Gaetz had sex with her when she was 17 years old, and he was a member of Congress, and she was, of course, a minor. Matt Gaetz has said on Twitter and in other posts that he never had sex with anyone under the age of 18, and again, he has denied any wrongdoing. That ongoing House Ethics Committee investigation into him ended when he resigned from Congress because he was nominated, as you said, by Donald Trump to be his nominee for Attorney.
So yeah, he's now no longer. I let them get that one out there. I was gonna amend it, but I figured we'd let them say it, so it's clearly official that Matt Gaetz has literally left his seat in Congress now, and has officially accepted the offer of being the next fucking Attorney General, for fuck's sake. I guess he won't be prosecuting himself for any of that. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm sure his spouse, Ginger, is super stoked to hear all that. Let's go here to the next person. Jesus Christ, how deep in are we now? 3 in? Oh boy. 3 in out of 20. That's good. We're doing good. We're doing really great, everybody. Just gonna give you a preliminary round of applause for having made it this far. Believe me, it gets worse somehow. Somehow it gets worse from here. Well, it stays. You know what? I don't know if it gets worse. It stays. It's already plateaued. We're gonna have equal amount of worse throughout this entire time. There really won't be any sort of dips. Well, you know, it's really hard to say. It depends. It depends on what are you a one issue voter? Okay, now I've gone too far. That's enough jokes. Move on. Guess who's gonna be the next deputy attorney general? Any guesses? Any guesses? Any guesses? Because I feel like at least some astute people in here might maybe come to conclusions that would make sense. But if you were thinking, maybe a Trump sycophant, well, damn, you're close. This is actually Todd Blanche. Trump lawyer. That's right. Trump's personal lawyer, Todd Blanche, who I think at least presided over the hush money trial in New York. Yep, next deputy attorney general. He'll be working under old Matt Gaetz, hopefully not literally for him. Maybe he's into that, I don't know. Why won't you go to the next video? This is incredibly rude.
How rude.
What am I doing wrong? Just be my friend. Next video, please. Holy shit. What is happening? I guess we'll just do this. Oh my god, what is happening? Literally everything's working, but it won't let me just do this one thing to
committee. And now people certainly want to read this report. Jay O'Brien, thank you so much for being here with us.
All right, let's go. Here, Todd Blanche, next Deputy Attorney General.
We have tried collectively between the two of us a number of jury trials. I had to start with that quote today about get in and get out on Cross and how Todd Blanche has been going for more than 7 hours now. Can you even remember, Barb, what has actually landed in terms of a fatal blow at all through Michael Cohen's cross-examination?
God damn it. Pause. I forgot to mention, this is from MSNBC from 5 months ago. I didn't actually have the announcement. I just had the list of Trump appointees in front of me while I was doing this research, and I couldn't find any of the actual announcements on this one. But you're hearing it first, maybe. So I don't know. Here you go. Oh my God! Why are you just
has partaken in what I call rookie mistakes? That is going on too long, not having a specific plan, and asking one question too many. And so, you know, as you've suggested, Katie, the strategy of an effective cross-examination is pick out a few key areas of impeachment, contradiction, or getting the witness to agree with helpful points, and be laser focused on those things so that the jury can follow along. Now, it may be that one of the things Todd Blanche is trying to do here is to exhaust Michael Cohen, because that can be a strategy, wear them down so that they kind of lose their guard and admit to things they might not otherwise admit to. But I don't think that Michael Cohen is going to, you know, get on the stand and confess, you know what, Todd Blanche, you're right. It's all me.
Yeah, and Anna, of course, the perfect teeing up to you for the next question, which is maybe the defense is trying, to Barb's point, to exhaust Michael Cohen.
Why did that just?
Jury
where did that window just go?
At risk of being exhausted by this. You've been inside the courtroom since day one. I have seen you there multiple times myself. Talk about whether or not the jury looks like they're actually interested in anything that's coming out from the cross. I do know there's been a little bit of a kind of tennis match, kind of back and forth attention, but I mean, 7+ hours is a long time for a jury to sit there, even if they're taking notes.
Well, that's exciting. Deputy Attorney General just loves monologuing for hours at a time. Sure, that'll be fun for all of us when the time comes to deal with all that. What the fuck? There we go. Sorry, chat. I gotta reopen chat. I lost you. Please hold. What in the fuck? Oh my God.
closing argument. And instead, Todd Blanche.
Okay, I fixed at least a number of things here, hopefully, I think. But one thing is going to be that I'm not going to be as good at seeing what's happening in chat right now, I don't think. Actually, I think I know what I'm going to do. Alright, let's go here. Oh, thank you for the super chat and stickers, Moa Noip, Afroponics. Really appreciate it. Let's get back to it. I think I fixed everything. At least, kind of. Unfortunately, I can't see some stuff right now. One thing. But it seems like, aside from that, everything else is working fine. So let's get back talking about this guy. Next, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Trump's personal lawyer.
Illegal.
Question too many. What you want to do on cross-examination is just get the facts out and then use those facts in your own argument on closing argument. And instead, Todd Blanche seems to be going on and trying to get Michael Cohen to admit to lies. Just point out the contradiction, and then you can use it yourself. But of course, these are all about the strategy, the process, and critiquing Todd Blanche as a lawyer. I think the real arbiters of all of this will be the jury. And I think that if you are more focused on the key factors, that could be more persuasive with the jury. At the end of the day, having seen a lot of cross-examination of cooperating witnesses, I haven't seen anything here that was unexpected, and that I'm sure the Manhattan District Attorney's Office also had expected before even going.
So yeah, if you didn't quite pick up on the vibe of all that, yeah, this guy is kind of blunderously bad at his job. Sort of, you know, at least according to some legal experts, kind of fucked up the easiest of the cases for Donald Trump to fight out of all of them, legally speaking. But of course, we all know how that went. Donald Trump is now a felon, thanks to him, essentially. To some degree. I mean, obviously, thanks to himself and his own actions as well. But I mean, this is the guy who was in charge of that defense. If you recall him standing there awkwardly. Maybe I should put a picture of him. Here, I'll do that. That's what I'll do. I'll show you a picture of this individual. I'm sorry, I forgot his name again already. So forgettable. Todd Blanche. Even his name is just Yeah, but here's Todd Blanche, former. That's what I need to do. I forgot to do that. Todd Blanche. His guy. He was the one who was always looking kind of surly in the background when Trump was hiding behind the barricades in the New York trial. Anybody remembers back that far? What was it? Wasn't he? He was like almost a full year ago, wasn't it? No. Well, I think it might have started like 6 months ago, right? Something like that. Hey, Charlie Jinmere with the $5 super chat. Thank you. And PB with a super sticker. Appreciate all of the love, everyone. All right, now let's go on to another Trump orbiter. It's getting a job. RFK Jr. Let's start this one off with a little outfit known as Democracy Now! Oh, wait, I forgot. You know what? Should we watch this one? No.
Joining us now, Todd Blanche, former president.
Actually, you know what? No, let's listen to him talk. I forgot this was an actual interview of Todd Blanche. Yeah, let's listen to Todd Blanche talk momentarily before we move to Democracy Now! For our next guest. Our next.
Now, Todd Blanche, former President Trump's lead.
On to our next contestant. But yeah, no, we'll listen to him talk for a short.
Good morning. Just not
moment. What the fuck?
Hours of deliberation for a 7-week case. The jury dispensed with this in rather short order, and it was a sweeping victory for the prosecution. Are you surprised at how quickly it came and the rejection of the defense case in its entirety?
I mean, surprise is probably the wrong word. That's what juries do. You know, juries can decide something in 5 minutes or 5 days, and we don't know what went into their decision or why they decided the way that they did. But this was a
That's what juries do, okay? They decide things. Ooh, look at those maracas. Wow, that is one excited looking lemon. Making lemonade, beautiful lemonade music out of lemons. Out of being a lemon, in fact. Much appreciated. All right, now let's go on to our next contestant. And by contestant, I mean next goddamn Trump appointee. Which is, hold on, let me look at my list here. Right. The new HHS secretary, who is going to have way too much power over way too many things. RFK Jr. Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy? I don't know. What's his middle name? I don't know. Francis. Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr.
Public health officials are decrying President-elect Trump for selecting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to head the Department of Health and Human Services. Kennedy is one of the nation's most prominent vaccine skeptics.
There's no vaccine that is, there's no vaccine.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is an environmental attorney who's been accused of spreading numerous public health conspiracy theories about vaccines and other issues. Kennedy has claimed HIV may not cause AIDS. He's claimed chemicals in the nation's water supply is leading to a rise in sexual dysphoria in kids.
Non-doctor RFK Jr. claims. Some of the stuff that they list here, I honestly somehow missed amidst all of the RFK crazy. I mean, with the brain worm and everything else, it's hard to be up on all of it. But my God, the list that Democracy Now! Came up with was wild.
Kennedy has claimed HIV may not cause AIDS. He's claimed chemicals in the nation's water supply is leading to a rise in sexual dysphoria in kids. And he once said, quote, COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Wow.
If confirmed, Kennedy would head a sprawling agency that oversees drug, vaccine, and food safety, as well as medical research. During his victory speech last week, Trump praised Kennedy, who'd endorsed Trump after dropping his own independent presidential bid.
We can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it.
Robert Weissman, co-president of Public Citizen, described Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as a, quote, clear and present danger to the nation's health. Weissman said, quote, Donald Trump's bungling of public health policy during the COVID pandemic cost hundreds of thousands of lives. By appointing Kennedy as the Secretary of HHS, Trump is courting another policy-driven public health catastrophe, unquote. But Kennedy's nomination has been praised by others. The Democratic governor here in Colorado, Jared Polis, wrote on social media he was excited by Trump's pick because of Kennedy's calls to lower drug costs, eliminate pesticide-intensive agriculture, and reduce big agriculture's control of federal nutrition policy. Governor Polis wrote, quote, he will face strong special interest opposition on these, but I look forward to partnering with him to truly make America healthy again, unquote. Governor Polis later released a statement clarifying his views, writing that the governor, quote, definitely does not endorse actions that would lead to measles outbreaks and opposes unscientific propaganda that undermines confidence in the life-saving impact of vaccines, unquote.
Good God, this guy is going to be in charge of health and human services, everyone. That includes the distribution of Medicare, Medicaid, other sorts of social programs like SNAP and, you know, like some nutrition assistance programs. Oh boy, that's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have very libertarian sort of social safety net, where if you're in with the king, well, good for you. It's gonna be a good time. Okay, I'm sorry, can't do that. What was I doing? Oh, right. You know, Emma made a reference earlier on the Majority Report this week. I think it was a few days ago when it was announced, and this is classic. But this is not what I think of every time I hear Maha.
Okay, miss, we've got one seat left, right here.
Excuse me, thank you, excuse me. Hello. Hi.
Okay, yeah. So that was the Amanda Bynes show, or the Amanda show, was it? Whatever it was with Amanda Bynes. Emma made that reference earlier. Now I can't get it out of my head. Robert F. Kennedy wants to make America healthy again, aka Maha. And I think we should all, perhaps, every time we hear that, say it in exactly that way. Yeah.
We're joined right now by Lawrence Gostin, professor of global health law at Georgetown University, where he's the founding O'Neill Chair in Global Health Law and director of the O'Neill Institute, which has been designated a World Health Organization collaborating center for national and global health law. He's also the author of several books, including Global Health Security, a Blueprint for the Future. He's joining us from Potomac, Maryland. Professor Gostin, thanks for joining us again on Democracy Now! Your first response to hearing that President Trump has nominated RFK Jr. to be head of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Well, thanks for asking. I have been working in public health now since the AIDS epidemic more than 4 decades ago. I can't think of a darker time for public health in America and globally than now. And with the appointment of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. To lead all of our nation's esteemed scientific agencies, it really does make my heart sink.
And Professor Gostin, could you elaborate on what those agencies are, what all they're responsible for, and how much power Kennedy would have if he actually is confirmed by the Senate?
Yeah, he'll be the head of the Department of Health and Human Services, which covers all of our most venerable scientific agencies, the U.S. FDA, the CDC, NIH, and the list goes on and on. He'll also be responsible for our Medicare, Medicaid programs. So we're basically, HHS has a portfolio that expands the entire length of health in America.
That should be literally terrifying to every human being in the United States, even perhaps some pets. It's not clear. Okay, we got more RFK stuff. Let's go straight to this, the Majority Report from a year ago. So we're going back in time now.
Let's do this last clip of RFK Jr. He was speaking in front of or was asked to testify, we should say, on the House weaponization of the federal government committee hearing. We played what I think is the most damning clips up front on this program, where RFK, in the course of being questioned by Representative Thomas Massie, basically lays out these things as to why what he was spreading is not in misinformation, and basically implying that, like, it's misinformation to say that the vaccines worked, and for some reason we had far worse death rates and all that. We played that clip where the Twitter user, The Real Truther, debunks all of those things. And again, pass that clip around and go check out the Real Truther on Twitter. Here is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. claiming that it is also defamation to call him an anti-vaxxer, and that he never tells people not to get a vaccine. Will you play that clip, Bradley?
Yes, Congressman Massey, and if by your leave, I'd like to just respond briefly to some of the what I would call defamations that have been just applied to me by the ranking member. I'm happy to talk to you about my opinions on these issues, what you have stated and tried to associate me with through guilt by association is simply inaccurate.
Bullshit, dude. It's literally what you're known for. It's like your most well-known position on anything is that you think vaccines like cause autism and a bunch of other shit that is just scientifically unprovable, because there's no evidence for it, regardless the number of studies that have been done trying to prove it. All right, let's keep it moving. You can't say on this one RFK clip. We got a bunch of them. let's go here to ABC News from 6 months ago.
There was an eye-opening headline tonight involving presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. The New York Times reporting on a 2012 deposition during which RFK Jr. said doctors once found a parasite, a dead worm, in his brain. Tonight, what his campaign is now saying about this, and here's Kana Whitworth.
Tonight, new questions about the health of independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. after he claimed a doctor discovered a dead worm in his brain. According to the New York Times, Kennedy testified in a 2012 deposition that he experienced memory loss at the time, saying, "I have cognitive problems."
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Clearly. Kennedy said the doctor said it could have been caused by a worm.
So we're putting a guy who admittedly, according to this is a direct quote, who has clear cognitive problems. He's going to be in charge of the entire nation's health. Phew, sounds like we're in good hands.
Clearly. Kennedy said one of the doctors said it could have been caused by a worm that got into my brain and ate a portion of it and then died.
Most people will have at least some degree of cognitive impairment just because of the inflammation that goes on in the brain when a parasite has made a home for itself there. But there's really varying degrees to how severe that might be.
Kennedy testified he also suffered from mercury poisoning around the same time. Doctors interviewed by ABC News say both conditions could...
Makes sense. I mean, if you're doing the sort of things that are going to cause brain worms, of course you're going to be also just probably drinking mercury between meals to, you know, sort of just kind of go. I can't.
Has a wide range of health problems, but for most people, the impacts are often short-lived. The 70-year-old has touted himself as a physically fit alternative to President Biden, 81, and former President Trump, 77, the oldest candidates to ever run for the White House. Even posting videos of himself doing push-ups and skiing with an Olympic gold medalist.
I go hike, and I hike uphill for a mile and a half up and a mile and a half down with my dogs, and I do my meditations.
This is meditation. Oh my god, I forgot to do. Oh my god, I missed an opportunity. Oh, when I do an actual clip fit of all of this, we're gonna have to sneak this other one in. Of course, we all remember the bombshell video. What was it? Where did he post it? Instagram? When he was at Roseanne's house and he told the world about his illegal bear situation. I don't even know what to call it. I'm pretty sure most people here are familiar with it at least. Do we have any more RFK videos? One last. One last. Back to the majority report. Which is, I think, a good source for RFK stuff, considering, well, Sam Cedar personally knows RFK.
I want to talk about this number 15. This is RFK Jr. You know, someone had asked me, like, you know, what yesterday, like, what are the differences in how his politics have changed? Here he is with Tim Pool at the Libertarian National Convention, where RFK is there. And one of the things that I enjoyed most about, you know, sort of like working with, and again, I wasn't in the same physical space 98% of the time when we did the show. I would run into Bobby, and I would see him occasionally, but it was mostly we would do the radio program, and we would talk either before or after we recorded a segment, and he had a really interesting historical perspective on things. I mean, he had been, you know, he toured the Appalachians with his father, and his father was very adamant about taking him around to different places, and it was, you know, fascinating both as a history lesson of U.S. history and an insight into like one of the most famous and prominent, political families, and also as someone coming from Massachusetts, you know, you're steeped in that lore. I find some of this a little bit disappointing.
No kidding.
Father always believed that our country would never live up to its ideals if we didn't make some kind of amends, meaningful amends to the, to the group that was exterminated. in order for us to settle in this country. And I think it's a good aspiration for every American. I don't think it should be a left wing or right wing. I agree with you about the statues. I
was really hoping that we wouldn't have to listen to this guy anymore after this election, and now it looks like we're going to have another. Well, considering Trump appointees and other sorts of things like that, maybe not 4 years, but much longer than I had hoped.
I don't think. I agree with you about the statues. I don't think it's a healthy thing or any culture to erase its history.
So would you condemn Charlottesville melting down the Robert E. Lee statue? They gave it to the African American History Museum, and then got those horrifying photos.
I have a visceral reaction against the attacks on those statues. I mean, I grew up, in Virginia. I know that, there were heroes in the Confederacy who didn't have slaves, and I just have a visceral reaction against destroying history. I don't like it. I think we should celebrate who we are.
Oh yeah,
and that we should celebrate the good qualities of everybody. If we want to find people who are completely virtuous on every issue throughout history, we would erase all of history and value.
This fucking guy. Oh man, no one's saying erase history. They're just saying maybe don't glorify them. That's the thing about statues, right? Especially the Confederate statues that he's talking about, which were intended to glorify people who were bad for the reasons that they were bad too. Look it up.
Change throughout history, and we need to be able to be sophisticated enough to live with, our ancestors who didn't agree with us on everything and who did things that are now, regarded as immoral or.
Oh, now they're regarded as immoral. Well, yes, they are regarded as moral now. Yes, but actually, at the time of the Civil War, slavery was actually, in the Western world, being phased out in many countries. It was no longer legal in most places aside from the United States. If we're talking about the quote-unquote Western, sort of European, sort of, whatever you want to call it,
wrong
paradigm,
because they maybe they had other qualities that we wanted to celebrate.
All right, pause it here. Okay, hold on. This is what is so off base on this, and I find it even hard to believe that he believes this. And I should correct myself. It's Tim Pool's
co-host.
Yes, I was gonna say cohort, but co-host is is more accurate, I guess, technically. Oh boy. But yeah, there's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., political dynasty. The Kennedys are back in the White House, I guess. Kinda? Well, not really, but they're back in, well, they never really left. They never really did leave us alone, did they? Not entirely. But there he is, saying that he thinks it's a bad idea to get rid of Confederate statues. Going full Confederate. We're gonna have to take a quick break because we've been going for 2.5 hours already. I actually went a little longer than usual in the first half because I knew we took much longer than I wanted to on getting started. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've done both of those things, do consider becoming a contributor to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. That's right. We need you to keep going here in space, bringing you all of the latest in both space and Earth news. All sorts of ways to contribute. Of course, Patreon is my favorite, where it's something of a symbiotic relationship. I get money, and at the highest rate in terms of all of my sort of monetized platforms, really, that also give you benefits. That's right. Because a whole bunch of benefits come along with that Patreon membership. You become a Galactic patron for that low price of $3, that's right, count them, $3 US a month. You get all sorts of sweet stuff, like getting an avatar here at the pool, or at the bar, or in other places around the stream. Shout-outs every stream. Content unseen by others. As well as a super secret Discord channel. Anyway, chat. Not only do you have that access, you also got PayPal, and Cash App, and Twitch, and now YouTube, of course, as we're monetized here. Although no membies yet. No memberships. Still unable to access, but hopefully soon we'll have memberships that come along with sweet galactic emotes for the YouTubers. And but yeah, right now we are being repressed.
Help, I'm being repressed.
Anyway, chat, do consider contributing. You are our only hope. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back, chat. Which means it's time for you to get back to your seats. As we've got a second half to do. And a third half, technically. First things first. StreamLord should do a throne too for equipment and stuff. I don't really need equipment. You know, I all my equipment you know. Do you see what I'm saying right now? I'm trying to. I do appreciate the thought. All right. Who's next? Oh, good. How great. Let me get my Wikipedia here. Good. Guess who's going to be the next UN ambassador? Well, yeah, you probably guessed it, or you knew it. Elise Stefanik, current. What is it? 6th district? 21st district. Sorry. Oh, sorry. 6th. 21st district of New York, Representative Elise Stefanik. Complete psychotic. Start here. The announcement.
NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is in West Palm Beach covering the Trump transition, and our Gabe Gutierrez is at the White House. So, Vaughn, Trump has now made his first cabinet pick that will require Senate confirmation. Elise Stefanik, what do we know about her?
Elise Stefanik, she was not only an impeachment defender of his back in 2019 up on Capitol Hill, but ever since, over the last 5 years, she has remained a staunch ally and defender.
Illegal.
Why are you pausing?
Defender of Donald Trump's appearing on the campaign show with him. She, in 2021, objected on January 6th to the election results in the U.S. House. She is somebody, though, who became a close ally of his when she took over for Liz Cheney as the House GOP conference chair. She really elevated her voice within the Republican caucus. And at this moment, there were conversations, even initially, about whether she would potentially play the role of his vice president.
Yeah, there were talks, but the Republican Party, come on. We know how that goes. Now, you might be asking yourself, okay, so she's going to be the next UN ambassador. What's her position on Israel? Well, maybe you're forgetting this from 11 months ago. Let's go to C-SPAN, who has the coverage. This was the, was it the House Committee?
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentlewoman from New York.
Dr. Kornbluth, at MIT, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate MIT's code of conduct or rules regarding bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
If targeted at individuals, not making public statements.
Yes or no? Calling for the genocide of Jews does not constitute bullying and harassment?
I have not heard calling for the genocide for Jews on our campus.
But you've heard chants for intifada.
I've heard chants, which can be anti-Semitic depending on the context, when calling for the elimination of the Jewish people.
So those would not be according to the MIT's code of conduct or rules?
That would be investigated as harassment if pervasive and severe.
Ms. McGill, at Penn, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's rules or code of conduct? Yes or no?
If the speech turns into conduct, it can be harassment, yes.
I am asking specifically calling for the genocide of Jews. Does that constitute bullying or harassment?
Now, of course, this line of questioning, this, like, what do you call this? Like, because it's just this, like, she's just going down the line, bullying every single one of these university presidents with this, like, gaslighting of this this sort of like, oh, is calling for the genocide of Jews bad? Is that bad? And it's like, yeah, no shit, it's bad, but nobody's doing that. And you're gaslighting. She's like, no. Answer the question that it's clearly a false premise, please, and nothing else. So this is who's going to be the next UN ambassador, so get excited.
If it is directed and severe or pervasive, it is harassment.
So the answer is yes.
Whoopsies. I don't know why this keeps happening.
It is a context-dependent decision, Congresswoman.
It's a context-dependent decision. That's your testimony today. Calling for the genocide of Jews is depending upon the context. That is not bullying or harassment.
Oh my God. Literally
this is the easiest question to answer yes, Ms. McGill. So is your testimony that you will not answer yes?
If it is, if the
yes
speech
or
becomes,
no?
if the speech becomes conduct, it can be harassment. Yes.
Conduct meaning committing the act of genocide?
Jesus Christ.
The speech is not harassment?
This, like, committing the act? It's like, dude, the amount of pearl clutching and just sort of fictional problems that she keeps talking about over here. I mean, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened in history, but it certainly wasn't happening on campuses, which was the entire topic of this discussion. Not one time did I hear a single pro-Palestinian supporter on a campus, on a university college campus, say any of the things that she is claiming or asking about, which is why all these presidents were so confused when she did this. Entrapment. It's not just entrapment, though, because entrapment... No, because entrapment, technically... I mean... Entrapment is like a legal term that... I mean, maybe it is. Hold on, I have to look it up. Because in my thinking, I mean... Entrapment is used as something to justify throwing out evidence or a case, but may in fact actually contain the truth. This is just complete nonsense, right? There's certainly bad faith. There's certainly bad faith.
This is unacceptable, Ms. McGill. I'm going to give you one more opportunity for the world to see your answer. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Penn's code of conduct when it comes to bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can.
That look. Seriously, though, that look says it all. Oh, my God. All right. Just wild. But that's going to be your next UN ambassador. Get excited for that. What else do I have on Elise Stefanik? Oh, let's close off the Elise Stefanik talk with this clip of her at the RNC. See what she had to say. Not the RNC. Sorry, this was the MSG rally. Sorry. What the difference?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chair of the House Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
Stop trying to fuck my shit up right now, buddy. I don't appreciate it with the we don't need all the run up. We just don't. Where is she? There we go. Oh, she's really drinking it in, huh?
I have a message for the mainstream media, and I can say this as a born and raised New Yorker. New York is Trump country. Wow, it is incredible to be here in the iconic Madison Square Garden. President Trump has been talking about this rally for years, and what a way to kick off the final week of the most epic campaign to save America. Every election, we say, is the most important in our lifetime. But this one really is. No matter where you go, whether it's in New York City, upstate New York, or in any of the swing states, people understand there is so much at stake. And it is we the people When we vote for President Donald J. Trump, we the people will save America. Just look at the crises that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have brought to our nation and have brought right here to New York. The border crisis, illegals swarming our streets, taking billions of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars, all because Kamala Harris is Joe Biden's open border czar. She owns this border crisis. She created it. Or the inflation crisis, the highest rate of inflation in our lifetime. And you know who was the deciding vote for Joe Biden's Inflation Expansion Act? Kamala Harris. And the crime crisis.
Hold on. I think she says some stuff about foreign policy towards the end, if I recall correctly.
Donald J. Trump has fought for us, the American people. Whether it was fighting against the sham impeachment, which I was a proud member of President Trump's impeachment defense team, whether it was standing up for election integrity, or whether it was facing the witch hunts by New York's own Tish James, Alvin Bragg, and corrupt judges.
No, I forgot. No, you know, that's something else. I'm thinking of something else. I don't think she says anything about foreign policy. Point is this woman is a huge Trump loyalist and is now gonna be the fucking UN ambassador. Okay, you say so. Harvard. In fact, a lot of who else here went to Harvard? Trying to remember that we've already gone over, because you know that's one of the trends that I wanted to discuss while we're going through this, because you know people talk about Donald Trump being for the everyman and all this stuff, but there is a goddamn swarm of Ivy Leaguers in this place. It is wild. Hold on, I'm just gonna go through them real quick just because talking about it now. But yeah, so Elise Stefanik, Harvard grad. Susie Wiles was University of Maryland. I wouldn't count that as a Ivy League institution. Marco Rubio had a pretty normal education too, well, like mostly state schools. In fact, he's one of the more educated people on this list, honestly. Which is concerning and says a lot, I think. Pretty sure RFK Jr. went to some... Yeah, RFK also went to Harvard, so that's 2 Harvard grads. He also went to the London School of Economics. That's 2 Harvard grads back to back. Now let's go to... Who's next? Ah, yes. Trump's new border czar. And if you were expecting a reasonable pick, well, guess again. We have former ICE head, Trump's former ICE head, Tom Homan. That's right, Tom Homan. Not a Harvard grad, actually went to a community college. So that's actually not a, I guess that's not Ivy League education. Let's go to Mr. Homan.
U.S. President-elect Donald Trump continued to fill the roster for his administration over the weekend. The billionaire on Sunday tapped Tom Homan to be in charge of the country's borders. Homan is the former acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
We won't be calling him Homan.
He served in Trump's administration for a year and a half during his first term, and has also been considered a contender for Secretary of Homeland Security. Trump made cracking down on illegal immigration a central element of his campaign. In a post on Truth Social, he said that as borders are, Homan will oversee the deportation of legal immigrants. The president-elect is in the process of meeting with potential candidates for positions in his administration before he takes office in January. Reuters reported Friday.
Okay, now let's really get into Homan. Starting here. Fox News from 5 years ago. This was in a Senate. Was this no House hearing?
Mr. Chairman, before I ask my questions, since it has not yet been done, I think it's important to really make sure that the jingoistic, bigoted testimony of Mr. Homan is called out as nearly completely untrue, as being an
nearly
outrage,
completely untrue.
and as a former official.
Honestly, I hate Debbie Wasserman Schultz because she kind of represents the sort of neoliberalist Democrat wing of the party that I think is sort of dragging this whole fucking country into what we are about to face for the next 4 years. Although maybe I'm being unfair. Wait. No. What was I saying? But goddamn, do I love that description. Nearly completely untrue.
Homan is called out as nearly completely untrue, as being an outrage, and as a former official directing the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, he should know better. So
Mr.
making
Chairman,
sure that I am...
Mr. Chairman.
No, this is my 5 minutes.
Well,
What did I say was inaccurate?
Excuse me,
okay,
I'm not asking a question.
Okay, the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes. She's made her point, and I will try to resolve any other issues at the end of her questioning. Okay.
Thank you. So I just think it's important that it's not accepted as accurate testimony.
Okay. Mr. Homan, is there a crisis on the border?
Of course.
And has there been a crisis there for a long time?
Yes.
I just want to get, because your testimony was at the broader issue, and this is critically important, but we also have a broader issue there. We got unbelievable numbers we've seen on the border with apprehensions and everything else, right?
Absolutely. If I can respond to the earlier remark from Wasserman Schultz, I forgot more about this issue than you ever know. So if you say my...
Wow. So yeah, I mean, this guy is a former ICE, ex-ICE director, right? So if he is in charge of, I mean, my understanding of the border czar position was, you know, intended to figure out why people were coming to the country, essentially, right? To determine what could be done to maybe mitigate that kind of stuff. But if he's the one who's supposed to figure out why people are coming, I mean, he's just going to say, how do we figure out whether, well, because we aren't getting rid of them fast enough. I mean, that's the whole point of ICE. That's how he's going to see it. It's like a hammer only sees nails type of deal, right? This guy is going to see deportation as the only solution, and lack thereof as being the problem, right? Now, Tom Homan's almost old enough to be collecting Social Security, 62 years old. Like I said, community college grad, so real regular guy, but real terrible human. Sadly, going to a regular college doesn't make you a good person, unfortunately. It's just not a given.
I believe that everyone is operating in good faith.
Boy,
I just want us to be very careful with
Which one's this? Ah, yes.
With that, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier, my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, asked the panel how many people here believe that child separation is an effective policy in deterrence. And no one on the panel raised their hand. I just wanted to note that for the record, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask a question from Professor Mukherjee. Is the United States violating or violated human rights agreements set by the United Nations in a family separation policy?
Yes. International law is clear that family unity should be prioritized.
It's science.
So we, as members of the United Nations, signed on into an international human rights agreement saying very clearly that family separation is a violation of international human rights, and then we pursued a policy that violates human rights. Mr. Chair, I was looking, how did we get to this point? How did we get to this point where we take children out of mothers' and fathers' arms? And, it dated back, family separation in the way that we have seen it, where we take children away from their parents without due process, began last year under Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen, but I had to dig further, and our staff dug further. But where did this start within the administration? She implemented it, and we found a memo. It dates back to April 23rd of 2018, where there was an official recommendation to, quote, pursue prosecution of all amenable adults who cross our border, quote, illegally, even though this applied to legal asylum seekers in practice, including those presenting with a family unit between ports of entry in coordination with DOJ. Here is the memo that I would like to submit to the congressional record.
What is the date on that?
It is the memorandum for the Secretary from Homeland Security.
Date.
April 23rd, 2018, subject increasing prosecutions of immigration violations.
Without objection.
So I looked at this memo, and it seems like this is the source of it. And it seems as though, Mr. Homan, that you are the author. It says here from yourself, Kevin McAleenan, and Francis Cisna. Is this correct? Did you sign the memo?
I'd have to see what you... give him.
I'd be happy to provide it. And we'll provide it over, but I would like to note that here it says the official recommendation. There were 3 different options presented. The third included the option for family separation. This initiative would pursue prosecution of all amenable adults, including those presenting with a family unit. Mr. Homan, your name is on this. Is this correct?
Yes, I signed that memo.
So you are the author of the family separation policy.
I am not the author of this memo.
You're not the author, but you signed the memo.
Yes, a zero tolerance memo.
So you...
He says it with so much pride. He's like, let me correct you. This is the exact name of it. It's the Zero Tolerance Memo. It's my favorite memo of all time.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Official recommendation to Secretary Nielsen on family, for the United States to pursue family separation.
I gave Secretary Nielsen numerous recommendations on how to secure the border and save lives.
But it says here that you gave her numerous options, but the recommendation was option 3, family separation.
What I'm saying, this is not the only paper where we've given the Secretary numerous options to secure the border and save lives.
And so the recommendation of...
He keeps saying, and save lives. Whose lives, exactly? I get the sense when he says lives, he's speaking about a specific group of people. White America.
Follow the rich white man.
All right. We got a new contender entering the arena, and this one we have a goddamn just a treasure trove of information on this puppy, because I mean the fact is he is a media figure, somebody who I mean by all metrics, I mean, like we could it's wild just to how easy it is to figure out what this guy thinks about things, because he's a Fox News contributor. That's right, Pete fucking Hegseth of Fox News. I think his weekend mornings and some Fox and Friends stuff is now going to be Defense Secretary, taking the job of John Kirby. I think is John Kirby the current defense. I think I'm right on that. I could be wrong. Not Googling it. Don't have time. Too busy. Pete Hegseth. Here we go. This should be a joke, but it's not.
From serving in the U.S. Army in Afghanistan, Iraq and Guantanamo Bay to hosting a program on Fox News, Pete Hegseth is now slated to lead the Pentagon under Donald.
Any American who's ever set foot on Guantanamo Bay and not come back with scathing, you know what I'm saying? Like, this guy working at Guantanamo Bay should essentially just disqualify you, not just from being in government, but should disqualify you from, I mean, just most things. From, like, I don't know, having a credit card or a place to sleep at night.
U.S. Army in Afghanistan, Iraq and Guantanamo Bay to hosting a program on Fox News, Pete Hegseth is now slated to lead the Pentagon under Donald Trump. The president-elect praised his appointee in a statement.
Pete has spent his entire life as a warrior for the troops and for the country. Pete is tough, smart and a true believer in America first. With Pete at the helm, America's enemies are on notice.
Hegseth has expressed disdain for the so-called woke policies of the Pentagon, saying in a podcast earlier this month that the dumbest phrase on planet Earth in the military is "our diversity is our strength."
Yeah. I mean, fact is, it was hard to sift through all of it and pick which insane things to listen to, which is what's coming up next, of course.
That's too much, man.
Oh, that is too much, man. Oh, Megastar just subscribed for 6 months. Much appreciated. So many people have been subscribing for a full 6 months. It's honestly,
so hot right now.
It's heartwarming. I will, while my heart is warming, I will also whet my whistle. Back to Pete fucking Hegseth, Fox News fucking contributor, now the goddamn Secretary of Defense.
I feel like I'm taking
What is happening? This felt like a relevant video. It'll be more relevant once we have sound. This was Fox News segment from, what is this? This must have been years of 7 years ago now. On Bo Bergdahl, a soldier captured in what was it, Iraq, Afghanistan, something like that.
Today, Bo Bergdahl is expected to admit he's a deserter, brought home with a hero's welcome by the Obama administration. Bergdahl is said to plead guilty to charges tied to his capture by the Taliban in 2009.
That's right. 5 terrorists were exchanged for his return, and 6 U.S. soldiers were killed searching for him in Afghanistan.
Joining us now to react is Fox & Friends weekend co-anchor and Army veteran Pete Hegseth. Hey, Pete.
Hey, good morning.
So today, I guess the question is, and we don't know this at this point, did he strike a deal, or is he pleading guilty in hopes of leniency from the judge?
We don't know. It looks like he's pleading guilty either way. The question is whether it's a plea deal, whether he got some sort of a deal from prosecutors. Ultimately, though, it goes before a judge. The judge will make a call in what he faces. The lesser of the two is what he will face, whether it's life in prison for misbehavior before the enemy, or the desertion charge for 5 years, and whether his time in captivity will be counted toward that as well. We don't know if he cut a deal. We will find out today. His trial was supposed to start a week from now. It'll likely become a sentencing instead, because he's likely to plead guilty.
Yeah, this is a story that enrages a lot of members of the military and a lot of Americans in general, because you see, that image of the 5 terrorists that we had to give up to give them back. Yeah, and it was
I'm sorry.
It's a very dangerous precedent.
So yeah, he was captured, and there's this whole thing about it, but this was his essential take on it, this last
He should be
minute.
put to death for it. Ultimately, this is a treasonous act. A lot of people thought he was searching for the Taliban. What happened once he was captured is a whole other story. There's evidence that needs to be, but there were much harsher sentences that have happened because when you raise your right hand to defend your country and you go into a dangerous place, you have to trust that those you're serving with will have your back. When you do something like that, you put all of that at risk. That's why.
So yeah, there you go. I'm not even going to repeat what he just said. You all heard it. That's his take. This guy's going to be the next, what was it, Secretary of Defense? How good. How exciting for everybody. Especially people in service, I'm sure. You know what, let's go here. Let's get a different perspective on things here from 5 years ago. A little Ooh, $5.99. We're getting so close.
Here is a guy, Pete Hegseth, who was on the short list, apparently, of Donald Trump's to run the VA because of all his experience on Fox and Friends. And this is an interesting perspective to take on vets.
I forgot that part of this. So, yeah, if you recall, at one point, Donald Trump was trying to get him in there in the first administration. Now, second time is the charm, I'm sure.
I wonder if they will push this. Like maybe they should do a special on Fox about how those vets, those greedy vets.
So greedy.
The VA under a $200 billion budget.
Pause it. And now I should say this is Howard Schultz at
billionaire
his,
Howard
Fox,
Schultz, owner of Starbucks
town hall, talking about the VA.
Our budget, and there are good people who are there, is probably a good example of a government organization that is quite bureaucratic and not meeting the needs of post 9/11 veterans. I will fix the VA.
Well, that was Howard Schultz last night at the Fox Town Hall in Kansas City, Missouri.
Meanwhile, most of the Democratic candidates are running on socialist ideas like Medicare for all.
But would that system really work in the United States? American veterans know the answer. Fox and Friends Weekend co-host, Army veteran Pete Hegseth. Pete, you were all over this. This is one of your passions. You are about to hear that?
No, I mean, it was a good problem identification, right? But then if you say, we're going to fix it, well,
and what makes it even more comical is this guy's not going to, I mean, this is wild.
No, I mean, it was a good problem identification, right? But then if you say, we're going to fix it, well, the devil's in the details. Now, this president has gotten it right from day one. He has said, give veterans choice, hold people accountable, make the system transparent. But the reality is this is still, there was a Wall Street Journal op-ed this week that started a lot of this discussion. You like socialism? Ask a veteran. The VA is veteran government-run socialized medicine.
Oh.
And we've pumped billions into this system, millions, and it hasn't made it better.
Okay, so let's take a look.
Pause it for 1 second. Throughout the history of the VA, which is actual socialized medicine, all the doctors are paid, are government employees. And maybe not all, but the vast majority. And they have one of the most complicated tasks. The VA as a whole is almost like a completely socialist country in some way in terms of the support that it provides for vets. And really, for the past couple of years, there was a dip, but the favorability ratings, or the however you measure that, the satisfaction levels, were higher for the VA than any other system that we have. And Pete Hegseth, he doesn't like how dependent people are on it, I guess.
And it hasn't made it better.
Okay, so let's take a look by the numbers how big the VA is right now. Over close to 400,000 full-time employees, over 1,200 healthcare facilities, 9.8 million vets using it in 2017. It is the second largest department in federal government. And Pete, when you look at
pause it now, do you think they're going to come to the recognition like, maybe we shouldn't have so many wars?
Yeah. I'm looking at that number of vets.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, R.I.P. Michael Brooks. No, absolutely. I know. It's weird to see him alive. But the fact is, I think we might actually see him again tonight. Because we are going back in time on a few people here. Do we? Maybe not. That might be it. But yeah, we are going back in time on a bunch of people here trying to grasp the insanity with which we face impending less than 3 months from now. All these people may potentially be in office, especially because while there's the need for confirmation on some of these appointments, I don't see what's going to stop them from being appointed with an majority in the Senate, with a majority in the House for Republicans. What measures are there to stop any of this from happening? All these absolutely blunderous and wildly insane choices. But this is where we are. Now, let's leave that beautiful warmth of the majority report and go back into Fox Nation. Starting from 2 years ago. Here's a Hegseth quote. Quote unquote. The future hates America. How could they? America?
But tonight, I want to speak from the heart. As a patriot, a Christian, a citizen, and the parent of 7 young kids in this country.
7?
Sometimes a data point hits our radar screen that's bigger than...
7? Hold on. Wikipedia. Oh my god. Wikipedia agrees that not only did this asshole go to Princeton and fucking Harvard, like some sort of double douche, like, he's also in, what was it? The Army. Ugh, this guy's the worst. 7 children, there's... Oh god, the future's... The future is much too Hegseth.
In this country. Sometimes a data point hits our radar screen that's bigger than the news of the day, a number that tells a larger story about who we are, where we are, and what we're up against as a country. Tonight, that number is 31%. Remember it, 31%.
Okay.
Today, the Harvard Kennedy School's Institute of Politics released their biannual Harvard Youth Poll. They've been doing the poll for 20 years, asking 18 to 29-year-olds.
Great.
So kids out of high school, out of college, early in their careers, asking them what they think about the state of our country.
Of the 20th
Over
century.
1,000 young Americans were polled, the margin of error, 3%.
Okay.
There were a number of fascinating findings, but one number stuck out to us, 31%. They were asked their views.
Oh, no.
American exceptionalism. Is America an exceptional nation? 31% said America is the greatest country in the world. 50% said
God. Oh, no.
What?
No.
What'd you drum up?
This is not possible.
It's science.
No.
It's a bold strategy.
Oh, God.
It pays off for them.
Oh, 31%. How, doesn't make any sense.
I'm taking crazy pills.
Only less than a third of young people think America is the greatest country in the world. What is this? Nazi Germany. God, Pete, what are we going to do?
Are greater 18% out to lunch. 31%. 3 in 10 young people in America believe America is the greatest country in the world.
God.
Now, I, for one, am not...
You know, actually, that gives me a great deal of confidence in young people to some degree. It means they at least are, well, they're either instinctually getting the answer right or they're checking statistics, because aside from, you know, military budget or amount of current hegemony or imperialism being engaged in, or like GDP, those, unless you're gauging everything on those 5 things I just listed, and not on things like education, homelessness, you know, health outcomes or other things like that, mental health, you know, gun deaths, you know, then yeah, maybe you can make that argument. Otherwise, if you're living in actual reality, on most of those figures I just mentioned, America's not doing so hot.
By the source, as an alumni of the Harvard Kennedy School of Government, it's an elitist institution, fully infected by leftist groupthink. It's the woke of the woke. Trust me, they're not saddened by these numbers. They're globalists. They don't want America to be seen as the best.
Oh boy, globalists. Sounds a little, well, questionable language there, Heggy. I'm gonna call him Heggy. We got Homan and Heggy. So far as nicknames, I think that works out. Alright, Heggy. Moving on from you and your bullshit, aren't we? Oh no, I'm sorry. We have a fucking nauseating amount of footage from you. Fantastic. Let's keep it moving.
Pete Hegseth is with me. He's got a new book. It is called Battle for the American Mind. He's here right now. This book is all about progressives infiltrating education. That's what it's about, isn't it?
It is exactly what it's about. It's a 100-year progressive takeover completely of the educational pipeline.
No.
It's the hidden history of K through 12 education that I never learned and most of our viewers never learned. You know why? Because progressives write the history. They write...
Because Republicans can't be bothered with trying to remember all the bad things that they've done. You know? Because the fact is, this history is pretty inconvenient for Republicans, generally speaking. And it's weird. It's a real weird vibe, this whole interview with him and Barney. But let's just... Thankfully, he doesn't... I don't think as... what was it again? What's his new job? Defense Secretary? Oh, right. All of this Fox Newsing makes him very qualified for this new job of his. Thankfully, he won't be in charge of education. So we're going to move on from this. Back to the military.
The military cannot be organized like a Harvard faculty lounge, catering to ever more obscure constituencies.
You would know all about a Harvard faculty lounge, wouldn't you there, Pete? Literal Harvard alumni grad. 2000 and... No, sorry. Earlier than that. Doesn't actually say when you... graduated Princeton in 2003. Doesn't say when he graduated Harvard. Did he transfer? Maybe he's salty. Maybe he didn't graduate Harvard. He had to go to Princeton.
As like a Harvard faculty lounge, catering to ever more obscure constituencies. Our key constituency is normal men and women looking to be
like
heroes
you?
and not victims. We aren't a collection of aggrieved tribes. Meritocracy is our bedrock. Lethality is our trademark. There is no black, white, or brown in our ranks. We're all green, and we all bleed red. Our strength is not...
Super normal multimillionaire Pete Hegseth, who went to both Princeton and Harvard, is complaining about elitism at Harvard. Weird vibe.
Don't be creepy.
We got anything else from Pete? Oh, right. We have everything else from Pete. Let's go here. Wait, let's just finish this.
Diversity, but in our unity and in our love for our nation, our families, and most of all, each other.
We must have homogeneity. Conformity now, Pete Hegseth.
The army I served would eventually label me as a threat.
I got a call from one of my senior officers saying, you can stand down. We don't need you. I said, what do you mean you don't need me? Everybody's going. He said, no, your orders have been revoked. Don't worry about it. It's cool. The implication is you're an extremist or you're a threat to our unit. If that happened to me, a guy who's on national television.
Both the guy you're talking about and you do seem like actual threats. And we're going to talk about that in very,
Don't worry about it. It's cool.
Literally next.
The implication is you're an extremist or you're a threat to our unit. If that happened to me, a guy who's on national television, who's got every opportunity to eventually talk about it, imagine how many other guys that happened to. And it did. Whether it was vaccine mandates or whether it was unit stand-downs, people with beliefs, faiths, or creeds that were antithetical to this new woke movement have been shoved.
Like white nationalists and literal terrorists. Yeah. Speaking of that, let's go here to Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman in Denver, Colorado, broadcasting from PBS 12, right here in 5 Points Media Center, also home to our colleagues at Free Speech TV, a wonderful media center. Joined by Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh in New York.
Concerns are mounting over Trump's pick to lead the Pentagon, Fox News host and military veteran Pete Hegseth. CBS News reports that Hegseth was one of 12 National Guard members who were removed as guards for President Biden's 2021 inauguration over possible extremist ties. Hegseth has tattoos associated with the white supremacist and neo-Nazi movements, including what's known as a Jerusalem cross, a symbol used by Christian nationalists. Meanwhile, officials in Monterey, California, have confirmed police investigated Hegseth as part of an alleged sexual assault that occurred in 2017 at a hotel where Hegseth addressed the California Federation of Republican Women.
Pete Hegseth has also been a vocal opponent of the Pentagon's embrace of multiculturalism and the Pentagon's decision to allow women to serve in combat. Hegseth, who once served at Guantanamo, made headlines in 2019 for pushing Trump to pardon U.S. soldiers accused of war crimes, including one convicted of murder. We're joined now by Jeff Sharlet, journalist and author, professor of English and creative writing at Dartmouth College. His book, The Undertow: Scenes from a Slow Civil War. Professor Sharlet's new piece for Religion Dispatches is headlined, Meet Pete Hegseth, the man who will lead the entire U.S. military, a man deemed an extremist by the U.S. military. Well, let's start right there, Jeff Sharlet. Explain what you mean. Who called him an extremist, and what are Pete Hegseth's views?
Good question.
The number one person who called Pete Hegseth an extremist is Pete Hegseth. It's page 1 of his new book, The War on Warriors. It's the way he leads out his interviews. This idea that he was too extreme for today's woke military, dominated, as he puts it, his words, by trans, lesbian, black females. And so he tells a story of being pushed out of the military. We can't actually confirm that. No one can confirm that. I think what's more important about it is that he wants that story out there. He wants it known that he is too far to the right for the armed forces.
So, Jeff Sharlet, could you explain, what do you think led Trump to name him?
So Pete Hegseth, one, he's from Central Casting. He's got the chiseled jaw. He's got the biceps that he flexes on his Instagram, showing off his tattoos that are from the white supremacist world. But he really came to Trump's attention through his advocacy for 3 military personnel charged or convicted of war crimes, and most famously...
So the next potential defense secretary, which will need to be technically, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think defense secretary needs to be confirmed. I think it's Senate confirmed, but Republicans have the Senate. This guy could very well be literally just, I mean, at the helm. This is insane. This is wild. An avowed white supremacist who Trump knows from his defending of, on I believe Fox News, of war criminals.
Illegal.
Better get him in there
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Yeah, good point. Even Jesus thinks that's a bad idea. Actually, you know what? We have to listen to more of this. This dude is so troubling.
Gallagher, the Navy SEAL, who was his own men, said that he stabbed to death a teenage prisoner who was receiving medical care, shot deliberately a young girl. And Hegseth used his platform
to say.
So yeah, this guy defended some fucking disgusting human being who stabbed to death a young girl who was getting medical treatment.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What in the actual fuck?
To sort of amplify Trump's idea, we've heard that Trump says the one rough hour, that violence is needed, and Trump liked it. But more than that, Hegseth promises in his book the first war he's going to wage is against the U.S. military. That's whom he describes as the domestic enemy, the enemy within, to purge the generals who are disloyal to Trump and replace them who will do absolutely the commander's will. And I'm not paraphrasing. That's what's startling to me about this pick and the reaction to it is we speak of it as concerns. Here's a man who wrote a book declaring his intention to wage not metaphorical, but actual war within the United States. That's what he says. He says this is not a political project anymore. This is a civil war.
Is anything known at all about his foreign policy?
This is fucking insane. This guy wants to wage war inside the United States against American citizens, essentially. That's who this fucking guy is.
Positions. What does he think about the position of the U.S. military around the world?
That's actually that's another part of what makes him appealing to Trump is, on the one hand, he writes in traditional fascist style that war is absolutely necessary for what he calls normal men to realize their masculinity. On the other hand, like Trump, he presents this kind of isolationist posture. It's not that he doesn't want Israel to wage total war. He doesn't care as much about it. So then he says, okay, so where is this war? The war is within, and we will depend on the so-called normal men in Israel. He is, however, and this is important, he's a Christian nationalist. He believes absolutely in the idea of the ingathering of Israel as a stage toward the book of Revelation and the Bible.
So I think that encapsulates it all pretty much. I mean, the next 8 minutes are equally horrifying. I'm not going to lie. But we can't spend the entire time on Pete Hegseth. And the fact is, we are only halfway through this, if I'm being generous to myself right now. Oh, but you know what? I forgot. I forgot. We have a segue to do here. Enough Pete Hegseth. There we are. Right here. Okay.
Well,
let's talk about the next, yes, the next terrifying new ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
To turn now to ask about President-elect Trump's selection of former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee as the next U.S. ambassador to Israel. Huckabee is a leading U.S. Christian Zionist who's openly advocated for Israel's annexation of the occupied West Bank and Gaza Strip. In 2008, Huckabee declared, quote, "There's really no such thing as a Palestinian." This is Huckabee speaking in 2017 when he was visiting an illegal Israeli settlement.
Israel would only be acting on the property it already owns. I think Israel has title deed to Judea and Samaria.
Wow.
There are certain words I refuse to use. There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria. There's no such thing as a settlement. They're communities, they're neighborhoods, they're cities. There's no such thing as an occupation.
There's no such thing as an occupation.
So, Jeff Charlotte,
wow.
That's Huckabee speaking in 2017.
No
so
such
you
thing.
Could comment on what he said and also why Trump has selected him.
I mean, Huckabee is a sort of a key element of the Trump coalition. He brings in evangelicals, in particular kind of the older, more traditional evangelicals. He's a Southern Baptist.
And he's also been involved with Israel for a long time. As he says, since 1973, he leads pilgrimages of Christians. It's important to understand that in all his advocacy for Israel, this comes from no particular care for the Jewish people. But as he puts it, he says, it's because I've read the end of the book, and by which he means the book of Revelation. And again, like Hegseth, he sees Israel.
Now, the thing, Mike Huckabee, if you're not familiar with him, has been out of government for quite a while. He's been trying to get back in, if I recall correctly, for nearly a month, about the same amount of time. But he left office in 2007. He was the 44th governor of Arkansas. Yeah.
As playing a role in a battle, not so much between Israelis and Palestinians, but as between Christendom versus the real enemy. There's an episode of his show in which he talks about who's really behind Hamas, and I tuned in thinking, you know, he was probably going to talk the various ideas.
Jesus Christ, that's the end of the story. Fighting for God. Guy who's into holy wars. How great. How great. Yeah, so let's talk Mike Huckabee. Little bit before we move on. I'm not going to talk too much about Mike. He's a troubling person, undoubtedly.
All right, Katie and Clay, thank you. Now on X, the current governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, had some very kind words for the former governor of Arkansas, that
Aunt
being
Lydia
her father,
for a second.
our friend Mike Huckabee, who was just nominated to be the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Governor Sanders wrote, quote, "There is no one President Trump could have picked with a greater love for the Israeli people and commitment to the unbreakable bond between America and Israel than him."
Yes, Aunt Lydia.
President Trump's nominee to be ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Governor, I agree with your daughter. I think she is a better governor and a lot smarter than me, so we both take second place. But in all seriousness, I look at Israel, the size of the state of New Jersey, and I look at them now battling a 4 or 5 front war between Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad in the north, you got Hamas out of Gaza in the south, you got the Houthi rebels, and you got ballistic missiles being fired directly from Iran that is, you know, supplying all of this weaponry because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris allowed them to get rich by not enforcing sanctions. How quickly do you believe Donald Trump can impact that conflict in the Middle East?
Sean, I think he's impacting that conflict before he's even sworn in. You're seeing a scrambling all over the Middle East of countries suddenly trying to behave differently because they know a new sheriff has come to town, and this isn't a one-bullet Barney with a bullet in his shirt pocket. This is the real deal. I mean, this is Donald Trump that they are afraid of, and I'm just ecstatic that he has asked me to be part of what I think is going to be not just a realignment of political parties and many institutions in America, but really the world.
Gray screen. Is everybody gray screening right now? Oh, God. Just noticed that it's decided to completely glitch out on you people. I'm so sorry. So sorry, chat. I don't know if you noticed, though. You got your fifth, technically, motion support character. Although there was a rollover character in there, too. But yeah, as you can see here, Mike Huckabee has all of the concerning views about Israel and the Middle East in one man, and is about to be the ambassador to Israel. So if anything, it's just be emboldening them to continue doing the very worst stuff that they're already doing. That has, already been clearly declared illegal by too many people to count.
Bring peace that we desperately need. And quite frankly, when I look at all these people that he's picked, I'm incredibly impressed with all of them. I feel like that I'm a 1995 Ford pickup trying to enter the Indy 500. I don't see myself in the same view as I do some of these wonderful people he's picked, but I'm honored beyond even
wonderful people that he's picked. So many wonderful people. Now, technically, Mike is outside of the Ivy League but is in another sort of elitist collegiate institution. Like, he went to a seminary, which is like, I feel like the original Ivy Leagues, really, in a way, to some degree. But yeah, that is Mike, not a Harvard grad, a theological seminary guy. Come straight out of the crazy Southern Baptists. I think they're the ones who are big into the snake, the dancing with the snakes and stuff. All right, that's enough of Mike Huckabee, I think. Do we have any more of Mike? No, that's enough. Yeah. All right, let's go on to who's next. You had to exit out and restart the vid. Well, hopefully that fixed it for people. What was I gonna say? Yeah, we got more. We got more. Oh, I lost my list. Because I tried exiting out as well. There we go. And there's my list. Alright, who's after fucking Huckabee? Oh boy. Did we skip somebody? Oh no. Yeah, that one. Doug Collins, the next Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Now, this guy is basically just a massive Trump sycophant. Just said some of the most publicly stupid things and had some of the biggest tantrums around the impeachment trial and stuff like that. Specifically that, actually. That's it, really. That's the number one thing I can say is probably why he is going to be getting this thing, because he's not even in politics anymore. He lost his seat in Georgia's 9th district in the 2020 election. Yeah, so he was ousted in January of 2021 by Andrew Clyde. Let's go here. To, what was it, 7 years ago? No, sorry, not 7. 4 years ago. There we go. Yeah. Doug Collins, Senate. Is the Senate? Yeah, on the Senate trial.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we are here today to enter into a debate that should surprise no one. This has not been a surprise, and it's not even something that we would have not thought about. From the very moment that the majority party in this House won, the inevitability that we would be here today was only a matter of what date they would schedule it. Nothing else. In fact, how it even began to look even further was on September 24th. The Speaker announced an impeachment inquiry before even seeing the call transcript that we're going to hear so much about today. You know, it's not about what this body can do and its constitutional oath. And there's been a lot of constitutional and founders thrown around and will be all day today. But there's one thing that I will mention all along, and that is also the founders were very concerned about a partisan impeachment in which politics of the majority who have their strength can do what they want to do irregardless of any facts. In fact, I've said it before and I will say it again. I do not believe, no matter what was said today and even what has been said, this is not a solemn occasion. When you go looking for something for 3 years, and especially this year since January, you ought to be excited when you found it, but they can't, because I know what is now happening. It took me last night, but I was thinking about it. Why do we keep calling this a solemn occasion when you've been wanting to do this ever since the gentleman was elected? Mr. President, came forward and did what he saw fit for the American people, but yet they wanted to impeach him. And it hit me. Now I know. The reason they wanted to is now they're realizing what I told them and have been telling them for the last few weeks, that the clock and the calendar are terrible masters. The clock and the calendar are terrible masters. They do not care about anything except getting the time done and the calendar fixed. They do not care about facts. They do not care about time. And one day the clock and the calendar will hang along this body in a very detrimental way. How do I know this? Because one of our members, Ms. Tlaib, said on the night she was sworn in, we're going to impeach. Well, you know the rest. In May of 2019, Al Green said, I'm concerned if we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected. That is probably the most prescient thing said by the majority in the last year, is they said we can't beat him if we don't impeach him. There's a reason behind this impeachment. And even Speaker Pelosi said it would be dangerous to leave it to voters to determine whether President Trump stays in office. Really? After we just said the Pledge of Allegiance, we go back to the Speaker's own words and said it would be dangerous to leave it?
Well, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit here.
Sure. Then we either have to call him a liar, a world leader, or we have to make up names to call him. And that's exactly what happened in the Judiciary Committee when a member of the majority actually said he's acting, or they're complaining to a battered wife. That is below the dignity of this body.
Oh, it's below the dignity
and when he doesn't make your case for you,
body.
To belittle him. Especially, as is going to be often said by the majority, that they're in the middle of a hot war with Russia. You see, President Trump actually did give them offensive weapons. President Trump did nothing wrong. We're going to talk about that all day long today. We went on process and we went on facts. Why? Because the American people will see through this. But before I close this first part, I will have to recognize that even the Senate, the minority leader in the Senate, recognizes that the House did not do their job, because he can't make the case to his own members, so he's having to ask for witnesses, ask for more time. You see, and even yesterday, it was sort of funny. I thought it hilarious. The minority leader in the Senate went out and did a press conference and said, they denied my witnesses. They denied my request. Well, welcome to the club, Mr. Schumer. That's exactly what's happened over here for the last 3 months. Amen. So today, we're going to talk a lot about impeachment. We're going to talk a lot about our president, and we're going to talk about 2 articles of impeachment. Abuse of power, because they can't actually pin anything of factual basis on him. The president did nothing wrong in this issue. And then they're going to talk about obstruction of Congress. You know, obstruction of Congress, as I've said before, is like petulant children saying we didn't get our way when we didn't ask the right way and we didn't actually go after it and try to make a case. You know why, Madam Speaker? The clock and the calendar are terrible masters. And the majority will own that problem today, because to the clock and the calendar, facts don't matter. The promises to the base matter. And today is a promise kept for the majority. Not a surprise, a fact. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlemen.
Okay. You got more Doug Collins? Yeah, let's go here.
Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. To be clear, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. To be clear, the vote this committee just took was not a vote on final passage of the article. It was a procedural vote which precedes final passage of each of the articles. It has been a long 2 days of consideration of these articles, and it is now very late at night. I want the members on both sides of the aisle to think about what has happened over these last 2 days and to search their consciences before we cast our final votes. Therefore, the committee will now stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., at which point I will move to divide the question so that each of us may have the opportunity to cast up or down votes on each of the articles of impeachment, and to let history be our judge. The committee is in recess.
Mr. Chairman, there was no consulting from the minority ranking member on your schedule for tomorrow, in which you just blown up schedules for everyone. You chose not to consult the ranking member on a schedule issue of this magnitude.
So typical.
This is the
kangaroo court. You got a kangaroo court. You got a kangaroo. The court. This is for marsupials, not for humans. I should know, as a man from Georgia, we got a lot of what you would say warm-blooded mammals outside of the human family. Just all over the place. Kangaroos. Native to Georgia. I should know.
Not even votes on each of the articles of impeachment, and to let history be our judge. The committee is in recess.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, there was no consulting from the minority ranking member on your schedule for tomorrow, in which you just blown up schedules for everyone. You chose not to consult the ranking member on a schedule issue of this magnitude.
So typical.
This is the kangaroo court that we're talking about.
She's outrageous.
It's more Stalin-esque than
Unbelievable.
Not even consult.
Just Stalin-esque. Let's have a dictator. It was good to hear about that.
10 a.m.
Unbelievable.
You know, this reminded me of the...
I do not find that your story excuses your behavior. In fact, it actually seems like you committed a litany of additional crimes in the process. I order you to pay the original fine. Next case.
Well, I didn't want to do this. But
I'm calling kangaroo court on this court.
Kangaroo court.
It's a kangaroo court. I'm calling kangaroo court. Because, and you know what? I'm going to toss in my countersuit. Charlie Kelly versus Major League Baseball and the Philly Fanatic.
Come on.
I'm mad at this guy. He's got a stranglehold on the mascot.
What's happening?
All right, first of all, I had to call him the Fanatic. His name's the Fanatic, but, you know, I'm going to get sued by Major League Baseball if I call him the Fanatic. And let's talk about steroids. Can we talk about steroids? Can we talk about steroid abuse? It's bullshit.
It's ruining the game.
It's ruining.
Okay. All right. That's enough fun. I'm sorry. I just wanted to lighten things up because this is rough. This is a rough go. I won't lie. Even for me, the guy who's very voluntarily doing this. Actually, we're all voluntary. What am I saying? We're done with Doug. Please tell me we're done. One last one. This was actually not. I don't think Doug actually says anything during this. This was one of the professors. It was Professor Pamela Kaplan, I think is her name. Speaking on Doug Collins's general demeanor during the impeachment hearings. Last Doug Collins clip.
Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. Twice I have had the privilege of representing this committee and its leadership in voting rights cases before the Supreme Court. Once when it was under the leadership of Chairman Sensenbrenner, and it's good to see you again, sir, and with Mr. Shabbat as one of my other clients, and once under the leadership of Chairman Conyers. It was a great honor for me to represent this committee because of this committee's key role over the past 50 years in ensuring that American citizens have the right to vote in free and fair elections. Today, you're being asked to consider whether protecting those elections requires impeaching a president. That is an awesome responsibility. But everything I know about our Constitution and its values, and my review of the evidentiary record, and here, Mr. Collins, I would like to say to you, sir, that I read transcripts of every one of the witnesses who appeared in the live hearing because I would not speak about these things without reviewing the facts. So I'm insulted by the suggestion that as a law professor I don't care about those facts. But everything I read on those occasions tells me that when President Trump invited, indeed demanded foreign involvement in our upcoming election, he struck at the very heart of what makes this a republic to which we pledge allegiance. That demand, as Professor Feldman just explained, constituted an abuse of power. Indeed, as I want to explain in my testimony, drawing a foreign government into our elections is an especially serious abuse of power because it undermines democracy itself.
Okay, that's going to wrap up our Doug Collins coverage. Hopefully that wraps up all of it. Oh, wait, you're saying that we have a bunch more to do? Fuck off. Oh, God, who's next? Mike Waltz? Do we have Mike Waltz? Ah, we do. That's right. Got more. This guy is going to be potentially the next national security advisor. How great. Let's see what Mike Waltz has to... See what he's got.
President-elect Donald Trump has named his choices for several roles in his next administration.
It comes as Trump plans to return to Washington tomorrow to meet with President Joe Biden. NBC's Garrett Hawk reports on the latest developments.
With the expected selection of Senator Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Donald Trump's next administration is coming into clearer view this morning. The two were opponents in 2016 in a primary that turned personal.
Do you know that in Florida,
Little Marco.
they hate little Marco Rubio so much?
To roll back regulations.
All of those picks, save Walz, must be confirmed by the Senate. Unlike two Trump hires focused on immigration, Tom Homan.
I'm sorry, we're skipping. This, I forgot. This one is not helping. Let's go here. This was Mike Waltz at Waltz at the RNC.
I am so honored to stand before you as a 27-year Army veteran and the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm joined tonight by my beautiful wife, Julia, who, oh, by the way, has more combat tours than I do. Look, folks, we have deployed all over the Middle East, all over Africa, all over
sounds to me,
and I have never in my life...
Yeah, considering the places that this guy deployed and the number of... If his wife has deployed more times than he has, and he was in the army or military for 27 years, I assume they both have committed a bunch of war crimes.
Illegal.
And I feel like that's a safe assumption, considering the fields that he was in.
Time. Seeing the world falling apart like it is under Joe Biden. And that's because under President Trump, we had a president who defeated ISIS, broke Iran, stood with Israel, always stood with our allies, made China pay. You didn't see any spy balloons under President Trump, did you? He deterred Russia. You know what he told Putin? You try anything, and I'll take the tops off the Kremlin. And he didn't dare, did he? He did under Obama, he did under Biden, but not under Donald J. Trump.
This is the next national security advisor saying that Donald Trump was going to blow up the Kremlin?
Korea. And importantly, he got our hostages home and didn't pay billions of dollars to get our Americans back.
Weird.
And here's my favorite part about Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief.
Okay.
He sat across the table from the bureaucrats and the generals and said, if you don't give our troops what they need, you know what he told the generals? You're fired. You're out of here. We're cleaning house.
Not sooner.
Everything takes too long, costs twice as much, and delivers half of what our troops need. And what do we have today? What do we have today with President Biden? What's he focused on? He's focused on pronouns.
So yeah, these are the people. These are just some of the people who are going to be accompanying Trump here, it would seem, in his next administration. Now let's move on from Michael Waltz there, the potential next national security advisor, to the next Secretary of the Interior. Yes. We're here. This is, in a way, comic relief. The governor of... oh, shit. What happened to my... Shit. I lost it. Gotta reopen this. Sorry, everyone. I'm fucking up. Please hold. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. Now, let's go here to the next potential Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, 33rd Governor of North Dakota. This was at Trump's hush money trial not so long ago.
Former President Trump came to show their support at his hush money trial in New York today, including North Dakota
You all remember
Governor
this?
Doug Burgum.
When they all lined up in their best Trump outfits? Oh man. What a wild pony show this was.
Trial in New York today, including North Dakota
None
Governor
of these
Doug
guys got the
Burgum.
pick.
A group of Republicans outside the courthouse also.
Seems like Donald Trump's prefer somebody who plays hard to get, not people who line up in weird outfits.
Also included House Speaker
Shockingly.
Mike
You
Johnson,
would think that would be sort of up his
former
alley.
presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, and 2 Florida representatives. Trump has pleaded not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records. The
Illegal.
Republicans, echoing Trump, call the...
Okay, now let's go here to continue talking about this individual and this one moment.
Donald
Burgum's
Trump
life.
is on trial. Just a couple of words about this debate thing. It's a little bit strange to have a debate in June for the presidential candidate.
That's true. Let's skip a little bit ahead here.
The Republican vice presidential wannabes, all of the Republican leadership, all of the most cuckful Republican wannabes in the country.
Doug Burgum was there.
He has summoned them like with a bat signal, and they all show up to read what is. There is some reporting suggesting Trump has written to them what he wants them to say because he's got a gag order. Here, off of his really impressive showing in finding common ground with Ann Coulter and apparently a lot of Republican voters that he is unqualified to be president because he has brown skin. Vivek Ramaswamy was down out in front of the courthouse and had a little bit of an oopsie moment. I mean, this is honestly, I feel like, I should make it clear, I'm not a trained psychologist. I mean, I've been to therapy.
Wait, listening to the show isn't therapy?
And I think for some people the show is therapy. But
so true.
I imagine if I was a trained psychiatrist, I could write an extensive paper on the week that Vivek Ramaswamy has had, where he had to basically pretend that Ann Coulter didn't insult him or really millions and millions of people are saying, I would never vote for you because you're Indian, you're not American. And
that was rough. That was very rough for him. Honestly, it was one of the most racist things I had seen done live in a while, especially between two people with so much notoriety, in politics. For that part, it was just so awkward. But we're not on. I gotta move ahead because we're not on Ramaswamy right now.
Of self-respect comes through in this Freudian slip.
Oh wait, this is I forgot.
And all of us are here as friends.
I forgot. This is actually the Ramaswamy one. Oh, I put this in the wrong spot. Doug was here, but this is not a Doug quote. I fucked up, chat. I failed you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I'm so sorry. We can't do this. We can't do this right now. This is way out of order. We're going to have to talk about this later. I failed you, chat. It's okay. We're going to come back to this. It's going to be funny later. We can't just do that. But anyway, we've heard enough. We know who Doug Burgum is. He's one of the most boring guys ever. He sucks. Honestly, he should just stay away from all interiors.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
All right, let's go here now to the next. Who's this? I think it's the White House counsel. Yeah. This one actually makes perfect sense. I mean, you know, every single person here has been in Trump's orbit hard. This person is, in fact, the individual who argued in front of the Supreme Court in the presidential immunity case. That's right. Next White House counsel will be Dean John Sauer.
Actually, I'm going to let Mr. Johnson have our 1 minute here, but I think he wants to wait for Mr. Kennedy to...
Well, I can be asking of Mr. Sauer.
Okay.
I'm sorry that Mr. Goldman left because we talked a lot about evidence. Isn't it true in your litigation, Missouri v. Biden, that Elvis Chan, who was one of the FBI agents in charge of the FBI online censorship program, testified under oath in the...
By the way, this guy also went to Harvard. I think, what is this, the fifth Harvard University?
In the litigation, and the court noted it in the opinion, that he had a 50% success rate. In other words, when the FBI brought to the social media platforms content or posts that they said was, disfavored speech for whatever reason,
that's like half.
50% of it was taken down.
It's not quite. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's nearly half. It's like, God, it's like 40%. It's like 40% of the nominees so far are. Oh my God.
And is there any other glaring piece of evidence that Mr. Goldman might have missed in his review of that outcome? If we've got a second or two here.
There's so much evidence, I couldn't possibly summarize it all.
I couldn't possibly summarize it all.
Tens of thousands of pages of emails and other documents, 6 full-length depositions. And, I just quote what the U.S. Department of Justice attorney said at oral argument in front of Judge Doty on May 26. He said, "How can I be sure that this won't happen again?" And she answered, "It's not the government's position that this will never happen again."
He's got jokes. Smarmy fucking douchebag.
Wobegon case 2039, Trump versus United States.
Oops, I went too quick. Sorry. So this is, if you recall, we watched parts of this on the stream live together months ago, 6 months ago, to be exact. Ish. Here's PBS NewsHour with John Sauer himself arguing the presidential immunity case, which now essentially makes Donald Trump here in the next 4 years immune from all prosecution and really kind of into just perpetuity until someone in the judicial branch, I don't know, not even somebody, but the majority in the judicial branch here decide to regain sanity.
Wobegon case 2039, Trump versus United States. Mr. Sauer?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Without presidential immunity from criminal prosecution, there can be no presidency as we know it. For 234 years of American history, no president was ever prosecuted for his official acts. The framers of our Constitution viewed an energetic executive as essential to securing liberty. If a president can be charged, put on trial, and imprisoned for his most controversial decisions as soon as he leaves office,
That looming threat will distort the president's decision-making precisely when bold and fearless action is most needed. Every current president will face de facto blackmail and extortion by his political rivals while he is still in office. The implications of the court's decision here extend far beyond the facts of this case. Could President George W. Bush have been sent to prison for obstructing an official proceeding or allegedly lying to Congress to induce war in Iraq? Could President Obama be charged with murder for killing U.S. citizens abroad by drone strike? Could President Biden someday be charged with...
I think all those things would be great, honestly. He seems more concerned about that than I am. I mean, I think that's probably, you know, in the, what's the word? Best interest of justice. But yeah, this guy's gonna be White House chief counsel, of course. Makes perfect sense. Got Donald Trump that sweet, sweet SCOTUS verdict that he wanted. Not that, I mean, I think anybody could have argued it. Probably a duck could have actually, no, it's not, that's not fair. That's not fair to ducks. An amoeba could have, it's not fair to amoebas. A virus could have made that argument. That fucking right-wing Supreme Court would have accepted it, regardless of its, I don't know, logic. Let's go here now to the next person on our list. Contender. Ooh, this one's a lady.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
The first time Alex Jones has been right. This next woman is dangerous. This is the next Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, aka Dog Killer. R.I.P. Cricket. R.I.P.
And one of Trump's potential picks for vice president, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, is on the defense after strong backlash about a story of the governor shooting her dog. Chief Washington correspondent John Carl has the story. And John, this is a weird one.
George, this is quite a story. It's a story that Noem recounts in a new book about a short-haired pointer, a wire-haired pointer hunter dog that she had on her farm, who she says was untrainable. She tried to take the dog out hunting with other dogs while the dog had a great time running around. It scared all the birds away. It was a disaster. On the way back from that hunting trip, she writes that she stopped by to see some friends. The dog jumped out of the truck and started attacking her friends' chickens, killing several of them, even whipping around to try to bite Noem. Noem says she then took the dog out to a gravel pit, George, and shot the dog. She said that, quote, "I hated that dog."
Jesus
As
Christ.
you can imagine, this has caused quite a backlash. Noem, however, is sticking by this, defending herself, writing over the weekend, "I can understand why some people are upset about a 20-year-old story of Cricket, one of the working dogs on our ranch." She said that her book is filled with many honest stories of my life, good and bad days, challenges, painful decisions.
Yeah, painful decisions. I mean, was it painful? She hated the dog. If she hated that dog, then was it difficult? And was it challenging for her? Was it a bad day even for her? I mean, such a weird vibe. Seriously, look, can we just take a moment? There's one more, another Kristi video here. Noem, but we've I think we should take a moment here for Cricket. Just take a moment of silence. Okay, all right, let's go to this next one. I think this is Miss Noem herself. Take it away, Kristi.
There's been such an enormous backlash about your revelation that you shot and killed a wire hair pointer named Cricket, who was 14 months old. You say in the book she came from another family that struggled with her aggression. You'd been training her to hunt. She got too excited, ruined the hunt, and then attacked and killed some chickens. I wonder if you have regret.
Wow. Ruined the hunt? How dare that dog? How dare that rambunctious, energetic dog ruin a hunt? She has, I think she might have some sort of a problem. Like, I'm not a therapist or like a psychologist, but
In the hunt and then attacked and killed some chickens.
Mhm.
I wonder if you have regrets about sharing this story.
This book is filled with vulnerable, painful moments in my life, filled with times where I've made very difficult decisions. The reason that this story is in the book, because people need to understand who I am and some of those difficult decisions. This was a dangerous animal that was killing livestock and attacking people. And I had...
oh, and people, and now it's people. Livestock, even. Livestock usually isn't about chickens, by the way. And it's a puppy. So you should have just trained it instead of shooting it like some sort of psychopath.
Little children at the time. Our operation had many kids running around and people in interaction with the public. And I made a difficult choice. I think you're a mother too, and you have little kiddos. Would you make a choice between your children or a dangerous animal? And I think I would ask everybody.
You know, I don't believe in the whole lizard person, but when I look into Kirsti's eyes, all I can hear is like... I'm not even gonna say it. Let's move along. We got more people to talk about. We can't stay talking about killing dogs all day. I know Kirsti would love that, but we got other stuff to talk about. John. Well, you know, CIA has a weird track record around the world. Well, let's find out who's going to be in charge of that. This guy. John Ratcliffe.
I thank my colleague for yielding. Agent Struck, on May the 9th, 2017, President Trump fired FBI Director Jim Comey. That same day, you and FBI lawyer Lisa Page exchanged quite a few texts on the topic. At 8:14 p.m. on that day, you texted Ms. Page and said, quote, "And we need to open the case we've been waiting on now while Andy is acting," end quote. First, is that Andy McCabe, the former deputy director of the FBI, who has since been fired and criminally referred by the...
By the way, I forgot to mention this. You know, Kristi Noem, she... And I hate to, you know, harp on a sort of character flaw she might have, but she didn't actually graduate college. So she's not an Ivy League person. So maybe that's a good thing. It's hard to say. But she was not smart enough to get through college, it would seem. It's weird.
Inspector General?
It is.
All right. And what case are you referring to opening now that Andy is the acting director of the FBI?
Sir, to get into that would relate to ongoing investigations, which, consistent with the department's policy on ongoing investigations and based on the special counsel equities, I'm not authorized to discuss ongoing investigations.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can give you a question that you can answer. You sent 4 more texts to Ms. Page, and her first response to you at the bottom of that page you're looking at is, quote, "We need to lock in," and then there's a black mark where someone's name's been redacted. "We need to lock in redacted in a formal, chargeable way, period."
So yeah, if you remember, this was some of the hearings during Trump's administration. This is Peter Strzok over the I believe this was the hearing about the Hillary Clinton email servers. Oh no, not that one. This was about his this was his text messages saying that he really didn't like Trump. That meant the entire FBI was, in fact, compromised.
Illegal.
Okay. We're not done with John. Let's go here. This was John 5 years ago. He was looking at a different potential Trump appointment.
Good evening. This is our Western edition. President Trump's choice to be America's top spy didn't even make it to the end of the week.
Aww.
Remember, it was in a tweet on Sunday that the president announced his intention to nominate Texas Congressman and Trump loyalist John Ratcliffe as Director of National Intelligence. But questions were quickly raised about his qualifications and whether he could win confirmation. And today it was retreat and retweet. Taking to Twitter again, the president announced Ratcliffe was withdrawing from consideration.
John has therefore decided to stay in Congress, where he has done such an outstanding job representing the people of Texas and our country. I will be announcing my nomination for DNI shortly.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how long this nomination lasts, because I'm pretty sure he needs to be approved for CIA director as well. He'd be replacing Comey, right?
Leading us off tonight
No.
is Paula
Wait.
Reed on how this happened and what might happen next.
President Trump said Congressman Ratcliffe withdrew from consideration to avoid further media scrutiny.
I think he was just treated very badly, very harshly by the press.
That press focused on bipartisan concerns about Ratcliffe's qualifications. He only joined the Intelligence Committee 6 months ago. His official bio claims he put terrorists in prison as a federal prosecutor in Texas, but his name does not appear in court documents for any terrorism-related cases. Ratcliffe is a vocal supporter of President Trump, but his selection as the next spy chief received a damningly tepid reception on Capitol Hill.
I'd rather not address that until I've actually had a chance to meet him and discuss his background and qualifications.
Mr. President, the president denied he faced pressure from Republicans to
Yeah. I'm sure this will all go much better this time. Got it all figured out. Okay, what's next? Are we done with John? I think that's it. Yeah. Oh! Yes, of course. Probably a familiar person to many, so we're not going to do too much. But let's talk about the actual Trump nominee for the Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard. This was her from, what was this? Her own YouTube channel? 4 years ago? On the Hill, you say? Okay. See if this qualifies her.
Just explain, what is your view of this president? What do you see as his worst wrongdoing since he's been in office?
Look, there is no question in my mind that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief. I've said this over and over again. I am running for president to defeat him for that reason. He has made many decisions that are counter to the best interests of the American people, our country, and our national security. Look, he launched an illegal and unconstitutional attack, launching missiles into Syria. We don't see any of the talk in Congress about that. In fact, we saw leaders in Congress supporting him from both parties when doing that. He tore up the Iran nuclear agreement and has taken action since, step by step, to further push us closer and closer to the brink of war.
No.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Jeez, who is this? Tulsi? What? The next Director of National Intelligence? Weird. Okay. Who's next? Oh, good. You know what? Maybe I should save this guy for the very end. I just thought, you know what? That makes way more sense. Makes way more sense to put this down here. Why didn't I do that? You know, sometimes I foil myself. Try to be good, but then there's times where I'm like, you know, you could have been better. This is one of those times.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Has anybody ever been in that situation before? No worries if you haven't. I get it. I get it. All right. Who are we going to next? Ah, yes. Let's look at the next
Good evening. This is our Western edition. President Trump's choice to be America's
excuse me. Excuse me, lady. I am talking. That is...
How rude.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Almost made my leg fall asleep. Probably shouldn't sit on it like that. What are we doing here? Yes. Let's go to the next potential U.S. attorney for... Actually, wait, do we do J. Clayton? Actually, no, we don't. We go to the... yes, right. Let's go to the next co-director, I guess. It's not clear what his title is actually going to be. Co-buddy at the Department of governmental fucker. Nope, sorry. Department of, what is this? I've never heard of this before. Oh, you're saying Donald Trump's making this up for two losers. Well, weirdos, you say. Oh. Department of Governmental Efficiency. Okay. Who's gonna head that, you say? Oh. Money.
Just explain.
Money is gonna be in charge of this agency. Great. Let's see what that means.
For a long time, Donald Trump has said that he would be having some kind of position within his administration for Elon Musk. Well, it appears that that position is not technically inside the U.S. government, but instead he will be setting up this thing called the Department of Government Efficiency, which will almost be like a consultancy firm that will help the U.S. government look at its finances and cut back where it can. Now, notably, the acronym for that, DOGE, Doge, is also the name of the cryptocurrency, which is based on a meme that Elon Musk
this shadow cabinet is a fucking meme. Like, seriously, like this entire list of appointees is a fucking meme. Like, this is just this is like, I feel like this cabinet / whatever you want to call it, the shadow cabinet is basically just like a copy-pasted Reddit post or something.
DOGE, Doge, is also the name of the cryptocurrency, which is based on a meme that Elon Musk has boosted numerous times on X. So read into that what you will. Well, it's unclear how much this new consultancy firm will be paid by the US government to look into government expenditure, but the two men heading that will be two of the two tech billionaires, both Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who, of course, at one point was running for the Republican nomination for the presidency this cycle round. Well, Vivek said on Twitter earlier, "We will not go gently," tagging Elon Musk in that. And Elon Musk has been sounding off about this new appointment multiple times on his Twitter platform that, of course, he owns and has used to help Donald Trump get himself re-elected. He said this will send shockwaves through the system and anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people. He then continued, "We will also have a leaderboard for the most insanely dumb spending of your tax dollars. This will be both
a leaderboard for the most insanely dumb spending of tax dollars." That's an official governmental expenditure there. I assume that's going to cost money to do that as well, but totally worth it, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I don't know why I just switched. We're still going to keep talking about Elon Musk a little bit, who he is, why he is a person, what that means potentially for this administration. Start here, I guess. The metaverse from hell.
Did you know that Elon Musk makes approximately $656 per second?
At least
That's according to
the graphics have improved.
And it can add up to over $54 million in just one day. His
Wow.
net worth is around $200 billion.
$656 per second? Did she say? Ahem.
That's according to Coin Codex.
Sorry, go back.
And it can add up to over $54 million in
Must be
just
per
one
second.
day.
Yeah.
His net worth is around $200 billion. That honestly seems unfathomable.
It's wrong, is what it is. It's just wrong. I don't mean factually. It's just ethically, morally, and just it's unjustifiable.
And how does he burn his billions? I'm Joy Marie McKenzie, Business Insider's editor-in-chief of our lifestyle division. Elon Musk's road to riches began in 1995 when he and his brother launched a website that provided city guides to newspapers. It was called Zip2, and in 1999, they sold it for over $300 million. So at just 27 years old, Musk made
The
over
fuck is
$20
a
million
Zip2?
from that one deal alone. He then co-founded an online banking site called X.com, which later became PayPal. eBay bought PayPal for $1.5 billion in 2002, and Musk's fortune just skyrocketed. In the same year, he co-founded SpaceX. What is it with the sky and the letter X? But his plans for SpaceX were to colonize Mars by 2050. His biggest venture was still ahead, though. In 2004, Musk took $6.5 million and invested it into a company you might know.
I love how instead of doing like photoshopping or something of that nature here, they've decided to just do the collage. I appreciate this medium for some reason. The tactile nature.
Tesla. He eventually became the CEO, and the company's mission, as you probably already know, is making electric cars a new way of life. That move cemented his fate as one of the world's richest people. A significant amount of Musk's net worth today is tied to Tesla, but he doesn't get his paychecks from the company. Instead, he gets shares and stock options. So far,
You know what's great for Elon Musk? He's been making a ton of money, even though the stock market has been down. Tesla and Trump Media, aka Truth Social, Truth Central, are been the real market stalwarts, truly bucking all trends right now. And I wonder why that is. I wonder, couldn't be the investors think that Elon Musk's new government position would be able to keep Tesla in the green?
I don't want reality.
No, it's not possible. That's not possible.
Science.
No. Okay. We have more? Oh, we do, you say? Okay. This is from 5 months ago.
Elon Musk is running a, quote, animal house. The SpaceX founder and his company being sued by 8 former employees who allege that they were illegally fired for raising concerns about gender discrimination and about sexual harassment. They were fired back in 2022 after their open letter criticizing Musk and urging the company to make some culture changes. This lawsuit alleges that Musk trumpets himself as, quote, the leader to a brave new world of space travel, but runs his company in the dark ages, treating women as sexual objects to be evaluated on their bra size, bombarding the workplace with lewd sexual banter, and offering the reprise to those who challenge the animal house environment that if they don't like it, they can seek employment elsewhere. SpaceX did not immediately respond to a request for comment on this lawsuit.
If you don't like workplace sexual harassment, well, you can go work somewhere else.
Thank you so much for joining me this evening. I do want to go through each of these allegations one by one because they are frankly extraordinary. One is that people are evaluated on bra size. What's happening? Can you elaborate?
something happening.
There
It sounds
was
illegal.
a very popular tweet from a little while ago where Elon claimed that he was starting a university with what he considered humorous acronym, and I won't go into what that is, but that got very popular and got repeated all over the workplace. And one of the follow-up tweets was that D's get degrees, which was a joke about breast size due to the acronym of the fake college. So things like that were widely shared on all internal chat channels and talked about in meetings and used as fodder in professional environments. And that's just one of many, many instances like that.
I mean, you also talk about lewd.
And by the way, the reason that she won't repeat the acronym that was used for this university isn't because it was incredibly nice and enjoyable, complimentary, right? It was incredibly vulgar and horrifying, for especially something included in workplace Slack channel, I think is what it was. Right.
Well, banter, did that play off of a similar theme as well? What kind of things would Musk say?
Most of the interactions that I'm familiar with from Elon Musk himself are just, his widely shared Twitter feed, which is written into the employee handbook as a source of SpaceX approved news. We were encouraged in our orientation to follow him on Twitter.
Really?
Tweets were shared. Yes. SpaceX will retweet Elon Musk's Twitter and he will retweet them. And so it becomes impossible to separate his personal nonsense from the actual day-to-day life of an actual working environment where engineers are working hard and trying to get things done. So anything that is on his Twitter is considered official news. So anything that he says may as well be written on official SpaceX letterhead and distributed as a company up.
Yeah. So here you go. Is that it? Yeah, that's it for Elon Musk. We can't forget that Elon here is sharing this new position unexpectedly with another individual who was actually running for president in the fake presidential primary, as we all know. It was really the vice presidential primary. We all watched in the debates and so on. But let's talk about a guy whose name rhymes with cake.
In college, you were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper.
I say my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
I'll see you out the trail.
Liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
I love how a dude who's never heard rap before, especially rap that he's like,
Donald Trump is on trial.
Was immediately,
just a couple words about this.
He was there to clap to let us know that was good.
It's a little bit strange.
That was good rap.
To have a debate in June for the presidential.
Dude couldn't name one rapper. Vivek is now his new favorite, only known rapper, only one he knows about. Let's go back to this situation. Actually,
but
you know what?
The Republican vice presidential wannabes, all of the Republican leadership, all of the most cuckful Republican wannabes in the country. He has summoned them like with a bat signal, and they all show up to read what is, there is some reporting suggesting Trump has written to them what he wants them to say because he's got a gag order. Here, off of his really impressive showing in finding common ground with Ann Coulter and apparently a lot of Republican voters that he is unqualified to be president because he has brown skin, Vivek Ramaswamy was down out in front of the courthouse and had a little bit of an oopsie moment. I mean, this is honestly like, I feel like, I should make it clear, I'm not a trained psychologist. What you talking about? I mean, I've been to therapy.
Wait, listening to the show isn't therapy?
And I think for some people the show is therapy. But
it never occurred to me.
I imagine if I was a trained psychiatrist,
just crazy enough to work.
Yeah, I could write an extensive paper on the week that Vivek Ramaswamy has had, where he had to basically pretend that Ann Coulter didn't insult him, or really millions and millions of people, by saying, I would never vote for you because you're Indian, you're not American enough because you're only a first generation American.
Yeah.
And so armed with that type of humiliation, he goes down to humiliate himself in service of Donald Trump, who will never pick him for vice president, probably never pick him for anything, maybe commerce secretary, depending on how much money he puts into the campaign. And but the slight nub of self-respect comes through in this Freudian slip.
Look in my eye.
I'm here, and all of us are here as friends of Donald Trump, supporting him in our personal capacity, sharing our opinions. That's why we're here today. But I hope every American at home who isn't able to be in that courtroom is able to see what's actually happening there. And when you do, we will have a landslide of historic proportion this November if every American understands the injustice that's playing out in that courtroom today. So may God bless our country. I pray for our future, and let's pray for our country being stronger on the other side of this disgusting sham politician prosecution.
Sham politician. Prosecution. Yeah. Doug Burgum, you're next up to humiliate yourself.
So sad. Oh wait, is Doug Burgum? You know what? Let's listen to a little bit of Doug.
This is honestly like it really is. There's like a.
Wait, does he go to Doug? Oh, yeah. Wait, no, it's Mike
Speaker
Johnson. No, not Mike. No, we don't need Mike. Mike's already in there. I mean, all of these guys, I mean, to some degree, well, not all of them, but many of them are in government. Obviously, Vivek, Elon, not in government. Pete Hegseth, not in government. Who else isn't in government? Huckabee is not in government. Actually, a bunch of these guys aren't really in government. Jesus, who's next? And how deep are we in right now? Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. This is taking up just an inordinate amount of time. Although I do feel like not only I, but probably everybody here is just much more familiar with what we are up against here coming up in the near future.
Winter is coming.
Yes, winter is coming, it would seem. Let's go talk about the next. Yeah, Donald Trump's deputy chief of staff. I assume we'll be seeing a lot of this guy. Probably be doing a bunch of press briefings and things like that. Here's Dan Scavino. This is now this impact from 6 years ago.
The thing with somebody said to me last week, it's Twitter. It's Twitter.
That's Dan Scavino, the White House director of social media, better known as @RealDonaldTrump.
Bring him up here. Dan Scavino, everybody, the famous Dan Scavino.
Is there anything he could say or do that would lead you to abandon him?
So famous.
No. Trump and Scavino's allegiance has been brewing for decades. Before he met Trump, Scavino was just like any other teenager in Westchester. The 16-year-old Scavino worked on the weekends at Briar Hall Country Club, washing golf clubs and working at the club's restaurant. In 1990, Scavino's life would change forever. The future president tapped Scavino for his first role as Trump's personal caddy. That day, Trump told a young Scavino, "You are going to work for me one day." It wasn't long until Scavino would be promoted to general manager of the same country club, now under new ownership, Trump National Golf Club, Westchester. Fast forward 20-something years, Trump kept his promise and hired Scavino as the director of social media for his 2016 campaign. During the campaign, Trump's account tweeted out an image of Hillary Clinton featuring a Star of David and loads of money,
I mean, this woman
which
is
many
dangerous,
believed
ladies
was
and gentlemen.
anti-Semitic. Scavino released a statement. The social media graphic used this weekend was not created by the campaign, nor was it sourced from an anti-Semitic site. It was lifted from an anti-Hillary Twitter user where countless images appear. The Sheriff's Badge, which is available under Microsoft's Shapes, fit the theme of corrupt Hillary, and that is why I selected it. He deleted that tweet.
Dan Scavino, few of you might see him on Twitter and Facebook. You know what he is? He's a Facebook, Twitter junkie. This guy. That was the first time I've seen him look up in 7 months. He's always looking down.
After the election, Trump appointed Scavino to be the White House director of social media and assistant to the president. During regular work hours, the president will dictate tweets to Scavino to transcribe and tweet out. It's impossible to know how many tweets Scavino drafts.
This dude is basically the guy behind every Trump tweet that isn't coming directly from the toilet. You know, this guy very well could have been the man to have typed Covfefe. Although I like to think that that one was all Trump.
To Scavino to transcribe and tweet out. It's impossible to know how many tweets Scavino drafts from the president's account. Scavino noted that he has, quote, Trump's voice nailed down and is constantly recording content for online
The very
media.
best. Nobody
Scavino
knows
has
Trump like I
become
do.
Pretty sloppy, tweeting out the same
Basically
thing
live
from his
inside of
personal
him.
account as he did from
He
the
lives
president's
inside of
account.
me.
There's no telling how many tweets actually come from the president himself. But there are a few telling signs. If the tweet appears during the off hours of the night, it is most likely from the president. If it has misspellings, it is also most likely from the president, as Scavino's sole job is to not mess up on social media. Although he has. Scavino has thrown the blame for all mishaps on, quote, the intern, who apparently has access to the account as well.
We've had some instances in the past, and people laugh and say, oh, the intern did it.
You all said the intern did it.
Right, well, he said it, and we all said it, but he made it clear, and it is true. It was an intern.
Scavino is perhaps the closest person to Trump. He's always right next to him, filming his every move, uploading it, and changing the course of the news.
Has anybody seen the what's the word? Oh, not the word. What's the name? Space. Has anybody seen the Netflix special Space Force? Because this guy reminds me of oh my god, my brain just broke. What's his name's character? Oh my god, but like a really shitty version of him. If you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. God, Jesus Christ. All right, we got more people to talk about here. Too many people to talk about. This is quite a team Donald Trump has assembled so far. How deep in are we? How many we got left? Ooh, we are scraping the bottom of the barrel here, but we got some hard hitters here at the end. At least a couple of them. Certainly this guy. Let's go here to the hate monger himself, Stephen R. for racist Miller. I actually don't know his middle name. I'm just literally just making up a name for him. But Stephen Miller is right. Here's Democracy Now! To tell us the rest.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, President-elect Donald Trump is quickly assembling a team to carry out his plan to launch the largest deportation campaign in U.S. history. Illegal. Trump's reportedly tapped far-right immigration hardliner Stephen Miller to be White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, and South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem to be Secretary of Homeland Security. During the first Trump administration, Miller helped orchestrate the Muslim ban, pushed for the separation of immigrant families, and backed the termination of DACA. That's the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program. Trump has also picked Thomas Homan to serve as his so-called border czar. Homan served...
I I feel like even Stephen Miller's own mother looks at him and thinks, damn, that guy looks like a fucking villain. Like, he genuinely looks like some sort of Bond villain or something. Does he not? Like a shitty Bond villain? Or like God, I fucking hate this guy. Woof.
Maga. That's the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program. Trump has also picked Thomas Homan to serve as his so-called border czar. Homan served as acting director of ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, during the first Trump administration. Homan has deep ties to the far right. 2 years ago, he attended a white supremacist conference hosted by Nick Fuentes. Homan has said Trump's mass deportation campaign could also...
By the way, now, of course, Stephen Miller is an Ivy Leaguer, but he didn't go to Harvard or Princeton. He went to Duke.
Target U.S.-born children who were born to undocumented parents. He was recently interviewed by Cecilia Vega on 60 Minutes.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
Seems like a good use of money.
We already did Homan.
What Trump's deportation plan would look like.
Seal the border. No illegals in. Everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, as President Trump showed in his first term, it's a series of interlocking domestic and foreign policies to accomplish this goal. In no particular order, just to rattle off a few fast, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you have robust prosecutions.
Remain in Mexico requires the United States government to have a diplomatic relationship with Mexico, who I don't think AMLO's successor here, oh my god, my brain just broke. What's her name? Whatever. Mexico's first female president is not going to be, I think, rushing to work with the Trump, but maybe I'm wrong.
Interior repatriation flights to Mexico, not back to the north of Mexico.
Mr. Burns.
It's very important.
But he's like a young Mr. Burns. He's like he's like a middle-aged, very vibrant Mr. Burns. Smithers.
Implement Title 42. You have several muscular 212Fs. That's the travel ban authority. We did a few of those in the Trump administration. You would bring those back and add new ones on top of that. You would establish large-scale staging grounds for removal flights. So you grab illegal immigrants and then you move them to the staging grounds, and that's where the planes are waiting for federal law enforcement to then move those illegals home. You deputize the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement.
Jesus Christ.
Illegal.
That was Stephen Miller speaking in February. He's now White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy for Trump. We're joined now by Jean Guerrero, contributing opinion writer for the New York Times. Her books include...
Dude, no, I feel like... I guess it is... It's technically in North Carolina, right? Maybe you're right. I guess you could be right. I guess I didn't think about it. It's a prestigious university, but you think you might be right about its actual designation vis-a-vis Ivy. So take it back. Just an elite institution.
Hate monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the white nationalist agenda. Jean, welcome back to Democracy Now! We just spoke to you a week ago on election night. Much has changed. Tell us about this latest appointment of Stephen Miller, and then we'll go on to Homan and President Trump's promise before the election and after that one of his first acts in office will be the largest mass deportation campaign in U.S. history.
Yes, Amy, great to be here. This is not a surprising choice at all. Stephen Miller, as I report in my book, is one of Trump's most trusted advisors who has been with him since early on in his 2016 campaign. And he represents essentially the ideological force behind Trump's anti-immigrant policies. He was not only the architect of Trump's family separation policy, but he was also the main proponent of a number of policies that focused on restricting legal immigration into this country. For example, slashing refugee admissions to record lows, strangling the asylum system in the United States, and policy denying green cards to people who were deemed likely to seek public assistance in the future.
Hold on. I'm going to skip through this a little bit. Give me 2 seconds. Because they go back and forth between a few different things here. And it's like a 20-minute discussion. We are 5 hours in somehow.
United States. The logical conclusion of these policies is to radically re-engineer the racial demographics of the United States. So not only with mass deportations, but policies that will 100% target not only undocumented people in this country, but also legal immigrants, naturalized U.S. citizens, and the U.S. citizen children of undocumented people. And as you mentioned earlier, he has been deeply influenced by white supremacist texts and websites, which I document in my book. And at the end of the day, this is not about animosity toward criminals or animosity toward people who have broken the law. It is about animus toward the notion of the United States as a multicultural and multi-ethnic democracy. And the last thing I'll say about Stephen Miller is that while Trump has very clearly expressed vindictiveness towards his critics, towards people who go against him, towards people who disobey him, Stephen Miller has for decades exhibited this same level of vindictiveness towards immigrants. And that is important to note because it is going to inform his.
Yeah, Stephen Miller just hates anybody that's not white. Let's be real. That is genuinely his main issue with immigration. Too many coloreds coming in. I mean, it sounds crass and horrifying, but this is these are what I mean. You know, this is basically what I mean. Sure, has he said that exact phrase before? No, but you could basically deduce most of his, thoughts down to that, in my personal opinion. Oh God. Where are we going next? We're done with Stephen. I've had enough. Okay, who the fuck is this guy? Like, this guy, genuinely, I honestly don't even understand what's going on here. I don't understand where the fuck this guy came from. Okay? This guy's going to be the next deputy chief of staff for legislative, political, and public affairs. I literally have never heard of this guy in my life until now. And my guess is you haven't either. Could be wrong. Fact is, he does not have a Wikipedia page. His name is James Blair, and the only two places I could find clips of him, or pretty much anything on this man, was on the Charlie Show, of course, the Charlie Kirk really fake. It's not even. It's like a Charlie Kirk clip channel, and the Rubin Report. Let's start with the Charlie Show. I don't think this is actually a Charlie Kirk. Maybe he's getting really 0 views because this has 88 views from 2 weeks ago.
So James, let's talk about the new and revamped RNC and Trump campaign that has done great work in Bucks County. Talk to our audience about what happened in Bucks County and the legal victory there, and educate the national audience on kind of the wrinkles involved in all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we saw for, frankly, several days in Pennsylvania start to unfold county elections officials shutting down lines before they were supposed to. So people were in line to vote at 1 or 2 o'clock when they're supposed to be open till 5, just for elections officials to come out and say, hey, get out of line. We're not going to be able to get to you, or stop the line from being added to hours before it's supposed to be closed. We saw them in.
All right, we're not even going to spend much time on this guy. Basically, this guy was a poll watcher. From what I can tell, to some degree, he was like coordinating with poll watchers and doing a bunch of sort of weird shit to make sure that they could get as many Republicans to this site as possible to vote. Or it's not this site, multiple sites, it would seem. Let's go here. This is the Rubin report from 2 days ago. This was James Blair on CNN talking to
This really
Dana
isn't
Bash.
even about transgender issues. This ad is really about misplaced priorities.
Dana Bash, who I suspect will not have a job much longer, and it's well deserved, she had a Trump campaign official on, and they were also getting into it about this trans
I wonder.
nonsense.
I'm
Like,
sorry.
they can't
I'm sorry.
stop. They
I'm sorry.
just can't stop themselves.
This has nothing to really do with what we're talking about here. But that comment just strange. What do you figure Dave's even talking about? Like, I mean, I know why I think Dana Bash should lose her job, but why do you think Dave, of all people, thinks that Dana should lose her job? I'm just wondering. It's fascinating. It's hard to get into the mind of Dave, not gonna lie.
To it about this trans nonsense. Like, they can't stop. They just can't stop themselves. Take a look.
So speaking of policy, your campaign flooded the airwaves in the battleground
for the
states and on national
trans
cable.
stuff. Is that what he
even
thinks
on,
he should?
networks
People
and
should?
streaming during.
Oh boy, Dave. You know, buddy, this is awkward. But you know, after they get done with trans people, because it's a pretty small group, right? They're gonna have to find some other people they don't like.
Take a look.
So speaking of policy, your campaign flooded the airwaves in the battleground states and on national cable, even on networks and streaming during NFL games, with ads specifically focused on a trans issue. I want you to listen to some of it, and we'll talk on the other side.
Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
The transgender community in the U.S. is very, very small. It got really outsized attention. There are a lot of people who say that your campaign demonized the trans community as a way to present a wedge issue for perhaps men of color, suburban parents. Why do you think, and I know you believe that those ads worked, why do you think they worked?
Well, first of all, we didn't demonize the transgender community. And
Oh, yeah.
This really isn't even about transgender issues. This ad is really about misplaced priorities. At the end of the day, it is a small minority of the country.
This ad wasn't even about transgenders. What? What are you talking about? That's all it was about. It's literally all it was about. Wild. Let's just go here to the end. Now listen to this whole freaking thing. Oh my god, it won't let me skip ahead. Oh, this is so painful. Don't play me like this. Do not play me like this.
Thinks taxpayer dollars should be spent on that sort of thing. And when you have a majority of the country who is saying very clearly that they don't believe the government is working for them, they're worse off than they were 4 years ago, the country is in the wrong track, and then to see a presidential candidate who is saying she's going to move this agenda forward and that's how taxpayer dollars should be spent, it just doesn't comport with them. They don't think the government is working for them. People want the government to be doing what their priorities are. And frankly, spending taxpayer dollars to give transgender surgery to prisoners is just not a priority of the American people. And that's why the ad was effective. It's about misplaced priorities on behalf of a leader.
So it was using the top issues that are most important to voters, the economy and immigration, and presenting it through an ad that was very memorable. Were you surprised?
All right, let's see what Dave had to say about this here at the end. I'm sure it was
on many other issues.
I'm sure
Yeah,
it's simple.
good job, James Blair. There's a good spokesman
good job.
for a campaign and for an administration, if that's a job he's looking for. Dana, again, you don't even believe any of this bullshit. I think you have a son, if I'm not mistaken. If one day you found out that at school your son was being taught that he was a girl and wanted to be called Lisa.
Can't wait for Dave to find out that there's not that many transgender people and that they actually have too much room in the internment camps, and that they've decided that they don't need the Rubin report anymore. It'd be better if he got to making license plates, please.
Illegal.
All right, just kidding, being an idiot. But let's be real, he's sitting here fear-mongering about transgender people, while, honestly, gay people aren't... I don't think gay people are safe in this administration yet. Not from what I can tell. Not at all. Okay, now, let's see who's next on the list, this horrifying list that we're almost done with, thankfully. We're so very close. We only have a few left to go. Let's go here. Sorry, I lost track. This fucking horrifying list. I can't believe how far we've come, and how the last three still feel like just so much work. It's partly because I don't even... These last three are just completely useless. I have no idea who these people are. We might actually save these three idiots for later. Seems like a completely... No, I will not. No, we're gonna get through this. Okay. Let's do this. Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications and Personnel, Taylor Budowick. I don't know what his name is supposed to sound like. It's a stupid name, and he seems like a stupid guy. Never heard of him before today, but apparently people knew about him before me. Some people, at least. Apparently he was picking a fight with Piers Morgan? Weird. Oh, hey, thanks for the...
Trump's director of communications, a gentleman called Taylor Budowich, leaked a full-quality audio recording.
Please
tried to
hold.
discredit my interview, this kind of stitch-up, and said it was...
I was saying, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by nature. He's saying they, them, not like us. It's Kendrick's fault. It's Kendrick's fault? Why is it Kendrick's fault? What did Kendrick do? Honestly, haven't been keeping track of any real pop culture stuff at all right now. I've been a little bit more focused on, well, all of this crap. I feel like all my references are out of date by at least 6 months. Oh, well, I was taken over by all this. Warn us before... Oh, that's fair. I didn't think about it. I was prepared for it, you weren't, and that's... I should have probably given you a Piers Morgan warning, too.
Director of communications, a gentleman called Taylor Budowich, leaked a poor-quality audio recording to try to discredit my interview as some kind of stitch-up, and said it was a pathetic attempt to revive the career of a failed TV host.
How dare he?
Judging by our stunning ratings last night in the UK alone,
stunning.
we got more viewers than all of our three new show rivals combined.
Oh, our ratings were stunning. Okay, Piers, thank you. Yeah, great.
So apparently, I mean, what's hilarious is that this guy is so far to the right that he's picking fights with Piers Morgan, and even Piers Morgan feels it necessary to criticize him for whatever reason. It's hilarious. You got to be a complete idiot if you're on, in Donald Trump's orbit to get this guy here to be whatever.
And the astonishing global reaction, I wouldn't say it was pathetic, nor would I categorize it as failure. But ironically, those words could be used to describe Mr. Budowich, who, as you will see later in the show, might just be the world's worst communications director ever, proving himself woefully and hilariously incapable of even stopping an interview. What do you think?
We're an hour in.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just wrapping up.
And this is the last question.
Yeah.
One last question.
That's it. No, yeah.
Last question 4 times.
No, I realize that.
Oh.
There's been a veritable...
Ooh, get cocked. Get cocked, Taylor. Clearly, Piers, at least in this dichotomy, is the alpha, and you are the beta. Can't even stop an interview properly. Well, that's your next, the voice of your next future Deputy Chief of Staff of Communications and Personnel. Let's see. Who's next? Oh, wait, do I have more, Steve? Taylor, whatever this guy's... Yeah. You know what? We're going to skip this one. We're going to go straight here. Try to wrap this all up. Oh, I forgot that I moved... Whatever, we're doing that in the next section. We're taking a break first, because I need a break. Let's go here to the second to last personnel.
Hello, New York! Are you ready to make history in 9 days? I said, are you ready to make history in 9 days? Are you ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Only one man is fighting for America's prosperity. Only one man is fighting for America's security. Only one man is fighting for you. Will you join the fight? Fight! Fight! With only 9 days left, it is so important for you to vote. It is so important that you...
So this guy is super weird. Super creepy. His Wikipedia doesn't exist. It doesn't have a Wikipedia. He screams to me, creepy crypto bro. He apparently helped start a publishing house in 2021 when Donald Trump couldn't find anyone to secure a memoir deal. So him and Donald Trump created their own called Winning Team Publishing. But literally doesn't have a Wikipedia page. I don't know anything about this guy. This is basically the most information about this guy on the internet. Is this one? Was this MSG? I think this is Madison. Yeah.
Drag every like-minded family and friend. Grab your grandma. Grab your brother. Grab your sister, your neighbor, and drag them to the polls. You are part of the greatest comeback story in history. Because one man has refused to back down.
I just realized something. He might not be a crypto, or he might be in crypto, but I just realized something. He has, I don't know if you noticed this, he has something of an Eastern European accent. I think he might perhaps have some, well, not some crypto money, but perhaps some Russia money. Something like that. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm being racist.
Last 4 years, we have witnessed the destruction of this once great nation. We have seen countless criminals cross our borders. We have seen our economy crippled. Prices are out of control. Ask yourself, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Yeah. I don't know. I got weird vibes. This guy gives me real weird vibes. That's all I know. Weird. Okay, last video. Well, not last video, but last individual on this list here for us to discuss. Although there may be another. We may return to this in the last half, which is going to be an attempt to get through both. Well, you'll see. Of course, you know what's happening. Let's go here. Last guy. Last one. White House Communications Director. This guy, White House Communications Director, this should be fascinating. This guy has the charisma of a wet mop. Stephen Chung. So this was outside of the hush money trial? Wait, no, this was a year. This was a year ago, outside of, I think, the preliminary hearings at the hush money trial, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong about that. Honestly, Trump's had so many trials; it's hard to remember them all.
Good morning. I'll be brief. I have to go in, but we just heard Letitia James make comments that nobody is above the law.
No.
I think that's quite rich, considering that anybody that's a Democrat, including the Biden family, seems to be above the law every day. What we are witnessing
This is not Stephen Chung.
Of somebody who is
I mean, this guy is Stephen Chung, but this woman speaking right now, not Stephen Chung. Here we go. Stephen?
This is nothing more than election interference. Democrats know that President Trump is leading Joe Biden by wide margins, and this is the only way that they can stop them. President Trump is going to be defined.
Jesus Christ, this guy makes Oddjob look charismatic.
He's going to take a stand, and he's going to fight back like he always has.
Thank you.
If you don't, if you're not aware of the reference, Oddjob is the, if I believe, famously speechless, completely silent character from, which one was it, GoldenEye? I can't even remember now. One of the Bond movies. All right, here's the last Stephen Chung clip for you. We're gonna take a quick break, the quickest breaks of all time. This was from 5 months ago at a different Trump trial. Or was it? Actually, no, I think this was the same trial. Sorry, too many trials. We just, as always, to keep track of.
This is election interference of the highest order.
What?
Crooked Joe Biden and his campaign are in complete freak-out mode. And that's why they've gone back on the word, and now they've gone in bed with a highly conflicted judge. And now they're making a political mockery of this entire thing. The fact remains that President Trump will overcome. He'll fight these charges up and down, and there's nothing to stop the truth from coming out. Thank you.
Woof. Okay. Well, there we go. We got through it. Only took 5 hours.
In a time when so much changes.
Oh, wait, I forgot. But you know what? We'll do this next. After I need the break. I literally need like at least 10 minutes. Well, not at least some number of minutes. What am I doing? I feel like I'm in a daze after all of that. I'm impressed, honestly. You all deserve a round of applause. Thank you for sticking with me through all of that. That was painful. Oh, God. There's going to be more appointees. But at least we got all those ones out of the way. However many that was. My brain is now numb. Break, please. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Really helps out.
You know what else helps out? You contributing to the Galactic News Network. Otherwise, you might just cease to exist, as we are completely funded by viewers just like you. All sorts of ways to do it. Obviously, YouTube, Twitch, but also Cash App, PayPal, and of course my favorite, Patreon, where you get all sorts of super sweet benefits for just $3 US a month. Alright, chat, enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I will be right back.
Means it's time for the final half of the show. Better get back to those seat space fams. Otherwise you're gonna miss all the galactic content coming up. Okay, let's get to environmental stuff. 5 hours in. Totally normal. Totally normal. Everything's fine.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Let's
Just
start.
enough to work.
You know, the fact is we can't talk environment without the United States. So let's do that first. That being policy of the potential future Trump administration. Let's go here. This is Donald Trump's EPA pick. Lee Zeldin. Democracy Now!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. As Donald Trump quickly moves to name his cabinet, we turn now to look at his pick to head the Environmental Protection Agency, former New York Congressmember Lee Zeldin. The Long Island Republican served 4 terms in the House, where he earned a score of just 14 out of 100 from the League of Conservation Voters after consistently voting against critical environmental protections and clean energy job investments. Zeldin's nomination came after the New York Times reported Trump's transition team is discussing moving the EPA headquarters outside D.C. Nate James of the American Federation of Government Employees told Politico many career EPA officials would leave the agency if it moves, adding it could be advertised as a relocation, but really it would be decapitation. We go now to Judith Enck, who served as EPA regional administrator under President Obama, now president of Beyond Plastics. We're speaking to her outside Albany. Hi, Judith. Thanks so much for joining us again. Can you talk about, as both a former EPA administrator and a person from New York, where Lee Zeldin was a Congress member for years, talk about what a Zeldin heading the EPA looks like?
Well, Lee Zeldin at the helm at EPA will be a wonderful tenure for fossil fuel companies, plastics companies, chemical companies, but it's going to be really bad for people who want to breathe clean air, drink water that doesn't have toxic chemicals or lead in it. And I'm particularly concerned about what a Zeldin EPA would mean for environmental justice communities, places like Cancer Alley in Louisiana, places like Appalachia in Texas, where there's a concentration of petrochemical facilities. And today, there is not enough environmental protections in place. I'm glad you mentioned Lee Zeldin's tenure in Congress, where he had the not very impressive score of 14% voting record when he was in Congress. But let's go back even further. Some people don't.
Dude was on vacation like 86% of the time. 14% voting. What? Oh wait, I'm sorry. Maybe that doesn't mean how much he voted, but how much he. Wait, hold on. I gotta go back. Maybe I'm not understanding that. Hold on, go back. Explain that again.
Lee Zeldin's tenure in Congress, where he had the not very impressive score of 14% voting record when he was in Congress. But let's go back.
No, I think that means how much.
Some people don't know that Lee Zeldin was a state senator in Albany, and his record was so bad that a statewide environmental group gave him the distinguished 2011 Oil Slick Award.
Ouch.
And he earned that Oil Slick Award because he introduced bills that would have, for instance, reduce funding for mass transit, provide dirty water in his Long Island district. And he just really stood out when he was in Albany. And then he took that environmental perspective to Washington, where his record was.
This guy sucks. Will RFK like this? It does seem a little antithetical to some of RFK's supposed beliefs. His ideology confuses me, honestly. It's hard to say what bumps up against it and what aligns with it, to be honest. It's really not clear.
that's equally bad. I do want to talk a little bit about his run for governor against Democrat Kathy Hochul, because some people are saying it kind of doesn't matter what Zeldin's policy positions are because he's just going to do what Donald Trump tells him to do. But make no mistake, Lee Zeldin is in lockstep agreement with the Trump administration anti-environmental agenda. When he was in Congress, he did a few good things that'll be interesting to watch. Very few. He opposed offshore drilling in the Atlantic Ocean.
Whoa.
I don't know what that means, though, for offshore wind development. He was a member of the Republican.
I'm sure he'll be a big fan of onshore drilling. There's plenty of that going on in the United States, and plenty more that people want to do. I know Donald Trump's talking about how much he wants to frack. And Republicans were trying to come after Kamala over her once touted anti-fracking position, which was, I mean, gone by the first week of her run. Might be a little bit, might be exaggerating slightly, but I don't think by much. It's not going to
Climate Solutions Caucus, and they never did anything. And in breaking news, he supported protections for shellfish in Long Island Sound. Those are the only three positives that I could dig up on his environmental record. So I have to agree with the guest from the ACLU who said this is going to be worse than anything we have ever seen at the EPA.
Great. That sounds rosy. That sounds good. Okay, now let's wrap up the actual discussion of the presidency, of the future presidency of Donald Trump, and all of his sycophants seem to be preparing, lining up to come along with him. With this story from 2 days ago, CBS Evening News. Trump and Biden meet at the White House.
In a time when so much change is happening here in Washington, there was a return to tradition today at the White House. President-elect Donald Trump made a cordial fireside appearance alongside his longtime political foe, President Joe Biden. We'll get more now from CBS's Ed O'Keefe at the White House.
Given their bitter rivalry, it was an encounter many thought could never happen. But today, in front of a roaring fire, the current and future president exhibited warmth.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. And looking forward to having like we said, smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So, good. Welcome.
Good.
Welcome back.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a.
I know things didn't go super great for you and your friend Kamala, but sometimes things didn't go your way, and you gotta be good about it. You're not supposed to incite a riot. I would never do that ever. That would be illegal.
This world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be.
You wouldn't want to try and steal the election
I very much
by, I don't know, calling people in Georgia and asking for, I don't know, 10, 20,000 votes. Not that many votes. Just gotta find them in the couch cushion somewhere. Come on, buddy. I wouldn't do
They
that.
conferred in the Oval Office for nearly 2 hours, discussing domestic issues, plus the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine.
President Biden reinforced his view that the United States standing with Ukraine on an ongoing basis is in our national security interest.
Wow. Great job, Joe. Thanks for protecting us from Donald Trump. Second term. Wait. I take it back. Seems like you kind of paved the way for it a little bit. Maybe I'm just jaded. That's probably it. It's one of those jaded pro-Palestinian folks that you don't care about. That's what it is. Now, to actual environmental issues. Current. Eyewitness News. Although this is the week ending report, so there will be a few that are like slightly older, but will carry into probably current. Like this one from 5 days ago. Let's talk the wildfires that have been happening all around the tri-state area.
The Jennings Creek fire on the New Jersey-New York border.
Right now, voluntary evacuations are underway in Greenwood Lake, that's Orange County, New York. The fire has now grown to 3,000 acres.
And sadly, it has turned deadly after a New York State Parks worker died trying to fight the fire yesterday. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon.
It is a tug of war between the firefighters and the fire.
These images tonight, captured by Orange County Executive Steve Newhouse on the front lines, show the fire threatening homes. So far, firefighters have kept them all safe, but many of their residents aren't home tonight.
Yeah, we had about 40 homes and residents that moved out voluntarily. You know, we didn't really have to encourage them too much because they saw out their window a major firestorm coming their way.
The same firestorm is blamed in the death of 18-year-old firefighter Dariel Vasquez, hit by a tree battling the fire on a mountain.
We had grief counselors on station here last night. It was a very difficult night last night, and then waking up to the fire making advances didn't make it easier today either.
It's called the Jennings Creek wildfire, also impacting Passaic County, New Jersey. Officials there say it's about 10% contained. Here in Orange County, New York, they'll reassess in the morning.
We have to shut down operations at night because it's hard to fight up on that mountain. We don't have enough state rangers. The state is now coming in with major resources tonight and tomorrow.
But the local firefighting effort to protect the houses continues all night. And if anyone does need a place to go, the Village Hall is open as a Red Cross shelter.
Where they can stay.
Now, one thing, aside of note in this particular situation, aside from the fact that one parks worker died trying to fight the fire, at least one, I think in fact 2 of them may have died at this point, if I recall correctly, but then also one parks worker has actually been accused of being involved in starting at least one fire. And honestly, I have some very strange feelings very strange vibes about all this whole, and I think it's possible there may be some sort of a coordinated effort in the tri-state area for some reason of people starting fires in places that just don't make sense. It could be global warming, but the fact is some of this just doesn't make any sense. Okay, we're staying with this story. Let's go here, CBS New York. This is in the Bronx. 3 days ago.
At first, a fire in the Bronx interrupts the evening commute. The blaze that halted train travel between Penn Station and New Haven. Good evening. I'm Christine Johnson. Those flames are now out, but the fire is having ripple effects tonight for commuters. Derek Waller is in the Bronx, where fire officials spoke in the last 90 minutes.
Well, that fire is out, but the Amtrak disruptions will continue for some time. And the FDNY actually just gave us an update a short time ago, and they actually told us they dealt with 2 separate fires in the same general area. In fact, take a look at this video we shot this evening showing a raging fire on tracks that service Amtrak trains.
You see what I mean about this?
This is adjacent to East Tremont Avenue in Parkchester.
Like, this is a very strange spot. This is clearly not a wildfire, of course. This is in the middle of a fucking... the middle of Penn Station. This is a train station, very busy one at that. This is just one of many, and I think there's a few that I might not even be in here still. I could be wrong. I did something to my list earlier and lost a couple of things. Managed to recompile it, but this is all very strange stuff.
The fires are out tonight in the Bronx. That's the good news. But the bad news, the damage is done. A warehouse destroyed. The evening commute for Amtrak riders shut down. And what it means for the morning commuters, well, that's still unclear. With how all this transpired today, here's Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang.
There were 2 roaring fires this afternoon in the Parkchester section of the Bronx, which spread to 3 locations and wrecked travel for many Amtrak riders. It began shortly after 2 o'clock Tuesday afternoon with a 3-alarm blaze at a 60,000 square foot warehouse.
This building is used for the storage of auto parts, hydraulic equipment, pallets, vehicles. Upon arrival, we had a very, very heavy fire condition.
A few minutes later, and a few blocks away, another fire. This time, officials say an Amtrak transformer blew, wreaking havoc on the New York-New Haven line. Service shut down in both directions for the day.
Now, if you recall correctly, we watched earlier this week, I believe, Monday or Tuesday. Those were the only days I streamed, I think. I guess it could have been Sunday. Either way, we saw a video of, I can't remember where it was. Texas, maybe? No. Illinois? Either way, it was, there was a video of a group of extremist kids who were, I don't think they were kids, I think they were adults, actually, but young men who were planning to blow up a different substation transformer by using drones and explosives. Well, I'm just saying, some of this stuff is just, the fact is I'm not all that clued in or tuned in to the, moment-to-moment happenings on some of these very right-wing spaces. And so it's entirely possible there's some stuff going on that I'm just not aware of. And many of us probably are not aware of. Because I think there's a lot of people in the leftist space who just, would prefer not to go on to some places that are just literally filled with hate speech and just the worst possible things on the internet. But when I see stuff like this, it makes me want to do some research.
I have all train traffic stopped. We had to have
I haven't
the overhead
yet,
catenary
it's just a
wires,
theory I'm floating around in my head right now.
Removed from them. We needed power also removed from the transformer.
Someone making Fight Club references in chat right now? Because those are the kind of vibes I'm talking about. I think this is some more footage of this.
Amtrak service out of Penn Station is expected to be back to normal by tomorrow morning after a transformer explosion ignited a major track fire in the Bronx. As Derek Waller reports, it's not the only fire causing issues.
That howling wind was the last thing firefighters needed. A fire on the tracks right next to East Tremont Avenue in the Bronx roared for 3 full hours, disrupting Amtrak service on the busiest rail line in America.
So it took us quite a while to extinguish that fire. We had to have all train traffic stopped. We had to have the overhead catenary wires, power removed from them. We needed power also removed from the transformers.
The call came in around 2 in the afternoon for not 1, but 2 fires. One of them in a 60,000 square foot auto parts warehouse on Bronxdale Avenue. The other, a transformer explosion about a quarter mile away that ignited the tracks, some nearby brush, and 3 cars parked in a Con Ed lot.
There was a big explosion. And you could literally see the fire in the sky, huge. It was just like the sky popped.
The fire, part of a disturbing trend.
There's been more brush fires in the past 11 days than we've had in any previous month in over 2 years.
That is that's the other thing. Statistics like that, right? That is beyond an anomaly. That is it's a red flag, is what that is. That is insane. More brush fires in the last 11 days than they've had in the last month, in a month time, in the last 2 years. Let's go here.
Now, to that commuter alert, Amtrak service between Penn Station and New Haven suspended in both directions this morning after that transformer explosion caused a major track fire yesterday in the Bronx.
Massive fire was made more difficult by drought conditions and heavy winds. Elijah Westbrook covers transportation for us. He has the very latest from Penn Station. Elijah.
Well, Mary and Chris, I can tell you that those service disruptions are still lingering at this hour. I mean, right now we are looking at a much calmer Morningham train haul than we did, let's say, a half hour ago. But we had the opportunity to speak with a couple of riders who were affected by this. They were not heading north. They were actually heading south to areas like Baltimore and Philadelphia. And they said that yesterday's fires created ripple effects even heading in that direction. You're going to hear from them at 6:30. But Amtrak says the goal is to try to have service back to normal by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Now, crews certainly had their work cut out for them after not one but 2 fires erupted near a stretch of tracks you see there in the Parkchester section of the Bronx Tuesday afternoon. You're looking at one of the fires where flames can be seen shooting up into the air along the busiest railway in the country. The FDNY says a transformer exploded, which ignited near the tracks, some nearby brush, and 3 cars parked in a Con Ed lot. Now, this particular fire went on for about 3 hours, we're told, next to East Tremont Avenue, ultimately suspending service between Penn Station and New Haven.
All right, now let's go on to the rest of the fires that are going on, because there are more, and this one's from a day ago in Manhattan. That's right, Manhattan, the Bronx.
We're going to go now to the wildfire emergency on the East Coast. The Jennings Creek fire in New Jersey is now 50% contained, and there was a new fire here in Manhattan. Ariel Ratcliffe is live on the scene for us, and Ariel, firefighters have taken control of this brush fire.
They have, Michael. That is the good news. But fire crews were here overnight in this park in Upper Manhattan. We have still seen some hot spots in the heavily wooded areas as early as this morning. And I can tell you, I still smell smoke in the air. This morning, hundreds of firefighters battling multiple brush fires in the east. Plumes of smoke blanketing the tip of Manhattan.
That's hot.
From the 3-alarm Inwood Hill fire, fueled by bone-dry conditions and gusty winds.
I've lived here for about 40 years. It makes me want to cry. I've never seen anything like this.
The smell of smoke is thick in the air. It is affecting air quality. You can see dozens of FDNY crews are here on scene. Firefighters staging in this area, launching drones, doing everything they can to put this out. Officials say the steep terrain is their biggest challenge.
150 plus feet to climb up that hill with hose lines is extremely dangerous for us.
This as the deadly Jennings Creek fire blazes on for its 6th day, burning across the New York and New Jersey state border. More than
and not so no one's confused. These are 2 different fires. Jennings Creek is on like you said, the New York New Jersey border, like I don't know exactly how many miles west of the city, but like I want to say at least like 30, something like that.
4,300 acres charred, 50% contained. The dry spell in the Northeast making it even harder to combat these wildfires. New Jersey officials issuing a drought warning. And of course, to show you just how difficult this has been for the firefighters all along the Northeast, this is a hot spot that you can see this morning. And this brush is so brittle. It is so dry. It is perfect fuel for these wildfires, Robin, and it doesn't take much to set them off.
All right, Ariel, thank you.
Now to breaking news. Flames have erupted again this morning at Manhattan's Inwood Hill Park. It comes hours after the FDNY said a large brush fire there was under control. Crews have been battling the fire since Wednesday afternoon. Christina Fan live at the scene in Inwood with more. Christina?
Oh, that's unfortunate. They thought they had it under control and then right back. Oh, great.
Good morning, Chris. Fire crews were stationed around the park overnight, worried that hotspots might reignite. They did have a scare around 2 a.m., but that situation is now under control. That flare-up occurred near the Henry Hudson Toll Booth Plaza. You can see a line of flames lighting up the night sky as firefighters surveyed the hillside from a ladder truck to determine their plan of attack. The FDNY commissioner called the conditions inside Inwood Hill Park treacherous. 140 firefighters and EMS were called here Wednesday afternoon after multiple brush fires broke out. There are no fire hydrants in the forest, so crews had to use water from the Harlem River and stretch hose lines more than 150 feet up a hill. It took 4 hours to get the situation under control, but overnight around 2 a.m., the fire flared up again. Thankfully, crews were nearby and quickly doused those flames. This is the latest in a historic string of brush fires across New York City. The FDNY has responded to more than 229 incidents since October 29th. They say the cause of this brush fire remains under investigation.
229 in the last, what is essentially 2 weeks. 2.5 weeks.
Reporting live from Inwood, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
Christina, thank you. Meantime, crews.
Jesus Christ.
Making progress on the Jennings Creek wildfire. That fire has been burning on the New York-New Jersey border since last week. Fire officials say it's 50% contained across both states. Still, Orange County declared a...
Let's see how that holds. Let's go here. This is from slightly after this last report. Actually, let's go here. 15 hours ago.
We start this noon with increased fire danger across the tri-state. We're monitoring the Jennings Creek fire that's burning in both New York and New Jersey. Chopper 2's Dan Rice is high above it now with the latest details on the fire. Dan?
And Cindy, what you're looking at here is the north end of Sterling Forest State Park, where this fire has been burning for several days, and I can see those large areas of smoke continue to billow out towards the southwest, or southeast, excuse me, it looks like down here. Now, from what we're being told, New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, they're saying it's over 4,700 acres of woods that have burned at this point, but they are estimating about a 69% containment so far as they continue to battle the fires down here. Now, they do have over 300 firefighters down there from multiple state agencies. They've also brought in firefighters from Montana and Colorado to help with the containment of this fire. Now, within the hour, we're expecting an update from both the New York Department of Environmental Conservation and the New Jersey Forest Fire Service. They've been working on the fire together since this is in both New York and New Jersey. But let me just give you one video here. We're going to bring the camera over here to the left.
Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to have to call it there. I am freaking exhausted. It is 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've been going for 5 hours and 55 minutes and 11 seconds, according to my Streamlabs software, which is working like a dream today, I'd point out. Although I may let the after stream run for a while. I am physically exhausted right now. And my God, do we have a lot more to talk about, not gonna lie. And it's just gonna have to wait till tomorrow. I feel like we did get through a shit ton, but we also started with like 125 videos. And we got through like, I don't know, 80. I think we got through like 80. Maybe like, yeah, that's about where I'm at. All right, so after stream, everyone. Galactic after stream incoming. Well, I hope you enjoyed the stream. That's gonna be it for me tonight. So I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno-Apunk, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Galley Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Owen Noem, Nadia, Shoki, This is Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month.
Are you not entertained?
Press 1. I don't have chat open on my computer. Press 1, do it now. You know you want to. Super secret, late night, after hours galactic chill stream. It'll be coming just as soon as you press 1 in the chat. What's taking so long? Do you not want an after stream? Maybe I should just end it.